Africa's digital renaissance has begun and is changing the continent for the better. An era of sustained and sustainable growth is upon us, with ICT at the center of Africa's socio-economic development. And Smart Africa is championing the cause. The Smart Africa Manifesto was adopted in October 2013 by 7 heads of state, namely Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Mali, Gabon, and Burkina Faso. In the manifesto, the heads of state committed to provide leadership in accelerating Africa's socio-economic development through ICT. And with that, Smart Africa was born. Smart Africa is a bold and innovative commitment from African heads of state and government to accelerate sustainable socio-economic development on the continent, ushering Africa into a knowledge economy and affordable access to broadband and usage of information and communication technologies. The Alliance is a framework for implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the Smart Africa Manifesto designed to make it actionable. The principles of the manifesto are to put ICT at the center of the national socio-economic development agenda, to promote accountability, efficiency, and openness through ICT, to leverage ICT to promote sustainable development, to improve access to ICT, especially broadband, and to put the private sector first. From the initial 7 countries, the Smart Africa Alliance has seen grown to include over half of the continent, and with countries that represent over 750 million people. These countries are working diligently together to digitize the continent. In addition to the member countries, the Alliance also brings together regulators, public institutions, and the private sector. Over 30 private sector members and international partners work with governments in achieving our mission of transforming Africa into a single digital market. Smart Africa is led by a board chaired by His Excellency President Paul Kagame, and where all heads of state of member countries and leaders of platinum-level private sector members sit. The board provides policy and strategic leadership. The leadership is supported by a steering committee co-chaired by the ITU and the African Union, and which comprises ministers of ICT from member states, institutional members, and gold and platinum members of the Alliance. Technical organs of the Alliance include the Council of African Regulators, which comprises the regulatory heads from all 55 African countries, and the Council of Ministers, where ministers make policy-level decisions. The organs are managed through the Smart Africa Secretariat, headquartered in Kigali, Rwanda, and led by Director General Lassina Kone. The 5 strong pillars of the Smart Africa Manifesto are policy, access, e-government, private sector or entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. These are supported by the 4 solid enablers: innovation, communication and advocacy, capacity building, and resource mobilization. Together, the pillars and enablers allow the Smart Africa Alliance to put in place the right environment to encourage partnerships, entrepreneurship, job creation, and knowledge sharing. The Smart Africa Alliance member states each champion a flagship project which ensures that every segment of the digital agenda is catered for. It ensures that member states share information and best practices to avoid reinventing the wheel. Angola champions high-tech parks. Benin champions innovation and knowledge cities. Burkina Faso champions capacity building and the Smart Africa Scholarship Fund. The creative economy is championed by Chad. Cybersecurity by Cote d'Ivoire, data centers by Djibouti, innovation and entrepreneurship by Egypt, ICT industry development by Gabon, smart e-payment is led by Ghana, intra-Africa cross-border connectivity is led by Guinea, the digital economy by Kenya, Mali champions entrepreneurship, youth innovation and job creation. Niger is responsible for smart villages. Rwanda leads on smart cities and communities. South Sudan on digital literacy. Senegal leads on broadband and the green economy. Togo is responsible for smart energy and the blue economy. Uganda leads on big data and data measurement for development. Tunisia leads on startup and innovation ecosystems, and Zimbabwe leads on e-agriculture. Collectively, and with Smart Africa leading the effort, we have critical projects in the pipeline such as the One African Network for affordable voice and data roaming rates and cross-border mobile payments to foster greater integration and free movement of people to boost trade. Education for all through ICT, equipping and connecting primary and secondary schools and universities with digital libraries and electronic devices. Broadband connectivity along key infrastructure connecting hospitals, ports, airports, and other public areas. Smart cities, ensuring that African smart cities are geared to address the challenges brought about by exponential urban growth through next generation technologies. The Smart Africa Scholarship Fund, promoting meritocracy and gender equality by bridging the skills and talent gap among member states. The Transform Africa Summit is our flagship project and is the annual leading African forum bringing together global and regional leaders from government, business, and international organizations to collaborate on new ways of shaping, accelerating, and sustaining ongoing African digital revolution. The Transform Africa Summit is the Smart Africa's flagship event, geared towards connecting, innovating, and transforming the continent into a knowledge economy, and thereby driving global competitiveness and job creation. The summit aims to enable member states to become more competitive, agile, open, and innovative smart economies with the most favorable business climates that attract large-scale investments, reward entrepreneurship, and enable fast growth and exports, leveraging ICT innovations to transform African nations into smart societies. So, where are we going? The vision of Smart Africa is to transform Africa into a single digital market. That means unifying the entire continent into one market of 1.2 billion people through continental free trade, digitizing our skills, opening our skies, and ensuring intra-Africa connectivity. We invite African governments and the very robust private sector and international organizations to join us in this noble venture. Only then, by working together, can Africa truly rise.
Good morning and welcome to this virtual workshop on digital economy strategies, jointly organized by Smart Africa Secretariat and Estonia ICT Cluster. We are glad to have you for this second day of this virtual workshop. Allow me to bring to your kind attention to the following housekeeping rules. Number one, kindly identify yourself during this workshop as this: your country, title, phoneme, and/or surname. Number two, translation is available. On the bottom of the Zoom screen, a button called Interpretation is available where you can choose the language most suitable for you. Number three, we wish to keep this workshop as interactive as possible. Please ask your questions to the speaker via Zoom chat box. If the moderator gives you the possibility to ask this question with video or audio, a dialog box will appear on your screen where you need to press unmute. And now I will pass on the session to Mr. Gary Kainhongo, Events and Marketing Manager at Smart Africa Secretariat, to proceed with the day's agenda. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Grace, and welcome everyone to day 2 of our Digital Economy Strategies Development Workshop. I think yesterday we had an exciting day with a lot of exciting sessions, and we tackled broad areas, experiences from Kenya, experiences from Estonia, and we also discussed issues around funding and private-public partnerships. So I think that was a great and insightful day. Today we're going to open the day with a discussion on cross-cutting issues around the digital economy development. And it's going to be a pretty robust discussion. We've got 45 minutes to have a discussion with 2 very key people within this sort of spectrum. Now, the first person that I'm going to mention and introduce is going to be the first person on our panel, and that is Estonia's Chief Information Officer. That's Mr. Siim Sikkut. Now, he is in charge of keeping Estonia's digital economy humming and working
while keeping it safe. And in this work that he's done, he was nominated by Apolitical as one of the world's top 20 most influential people in digital government in 2018 and 2019. Mr. Sikut, this is exciting, and welcome to this panel. And then the second person that I'm going to introduce is the man on whose shoulders Africa's digital agenda sits. So he takes a global view of the continent and drives where this needs to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Smart Africa's Director General, Mr. Lassina Kone. Mr. Kone, welcome to this panel.
Thank you for having me.
Panel that we're going to, thank you so much, DG. So the panel that we're going to have is going to tackle these cross-cutting issues. I'm going to encourage the audience, just ask your questions on the chat, and then at some point we'll also open it up to the floor so you'll be able to ask a few questions. Now, without further ado, there's so many elements that we're going to tackle. We're going to talk policy, we're going to talk regulation, we're going to talk about emerging trends, data governance, and we have 45 minutes to do this, so I'm going to jump straight into it. And I first want to tackle policy. And the first question comes to you, Mr. Kone. Now, the discussion is that policy is critically important to driving Africa's digital agenda and the digital economy. Really, how important is policy, and what about it is so important to our digital agenda?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, and I appreciate it. And good morning, everyone from Kigali. The policy is important for so many reasons. If you can see the manifesto of Smart Africa, where we mention the private sector first as a part of those 5 manifesto, to be able to attract the private sector into Africa to invest and come with us, come along with us, for this transformation journey. It is important not only to have a national policy established, but it's also very important to have regional policies harmonized as well as a continental policy. Very simple example. Africa takes a pride always with over 800 million young people, less than 30 years old, being the youngest continent, and that we are going to leapfrog the world because we will do things differently. We can only leapfrog if these young people are educated and they have a job. Because if they don't have a job, it is a time bomb. So to have a job, we can't do it alone. We have to do it together with the private sector. I'm talking people in the private sector, like a data center provider, cybersecurity provider, e-governance provider. So it's important for each African country, first of all, to have a policy for those emerging technology. And it's important also for Africa as a whole to have a harmonized policy. An example of that is the data protection law. Europe today takes the pride of having a GDPR in place. US, they also have a data policy law in terms of data protections. But Africa, until now, it remains a highway where there's no rules and regulation in terms of exchanging data between ourselves, even exchanging data between Africa and Europe, and so on and so forth. So policy is the key. And let me give you, today, if you look at the infrastructure, let's take an area like infrastructure, for example. The biggest investor in infrastructure, the MNOs, which is the mobile network operator, and we have also others, private sector who are investing in. If you don't have a policy in the country, not only a policy, if you don't have a regional policy, a continental policy, to harmonize rules and laws for those investors, it's going to be a chaos.
DG, and I like how you put it that Africa, for a long time has become a highway. Now, Mr. Sikut, I want to throw that same sort of question to you because we've learned a lot about the journey that Estonia has taken. And that means from a policy perspective, you got something right. Can you just take us through what it is that you got right?
Yes. The thing is, of course, it's always easy to talk about 20 plus years of road and journey and work in just 30 minutes or so, but indeed policy has been a very strong part of our journey in e-Estonia here. And before I speak about some Estonian example, I just want to say one more thing that I quite agree with good friend Lassina that policy has to be there. And there's a very clear reason. I mean, often policy is thought about as some mystic term, but essentially policy is two things, principles and a plan. And you need two these things to make any changes. And ultimately, when we talk about using digital technology, we talk about changing how we work in government, how our health system works, how our economy works. So you need to have the principles and the plan down for that. In Estonia, our policy has been driving our development in many, many ways. And I mean, the fundamental parts of policy for us have been, for example, a few things. First of all, that we need to have strong pillars in place. In order for the digitization to proceed in all walks of life and in all walks of government. And the pillars being, for example, a regulatory environment. Lassina also mentioned data protection as one example of that, but there's many other things there as well to ensure that there's trust, to ensure that there's interoperability, to ensure that basically everybody can run ahead in digital direction. Another part of policy is, for example, how you build systems. So in Estonia, a very pillar for our fast progress has been that we have relied on platforms a lot. Platforms like digital identity, platforms like data exchange, X-Road is our solution for that, so on. Platforms that essentially mean that if different sectors in the economy, if different parts of government, different ministries digitize their work, they can build on these common components and they don't have to reinvent those wheels. Everybody saves time, everybody saves money. That's how you go ahead faster in the whole of country and government. So a policy pillar being that, yes, let's work on platforms, let's put platforms there, then everybody's better off in the end. All the way to things like policies in a sense that, as I mentioned before, ultimately we're talking about here, in terms of digital change, we're talking about here reforms. So a big part of policy has been that it's not just about how do we do technology, a big part of policy has to be how do we change the system around that. So for example, if we talk about healthcare, we have had digital health records and the strong digital healthcare for more than 10 years now. How did we get there? It's not just about that we came up with, let's say, a national digital health record. We did that too. But to push it, we had to make some changes in health financing, in how the doctors work in their office and so on. It has to be the policy package, the whole reform thing, and then you get the impact.
I like how you put it, Mr. Scoot, that policy really is principles and a plan. And the examples that you've given are exactly that. You put a principle down, you make a plan to execute it and to make it work. But to you, Mr. Kone, around the concept of a principles and a plan, Africa is 55 countries. And it's not so easy to define policy, a single policy for 55 countries. How does Smart Africa tackle that? Multiple countries, 30 under the alliance? What's the plan in terms of regulation and policy around that?
Thank you very much for the questions. Yesterday, I did follow if not all, most of the interventions yesterday about the Estonian history back in 1999 after the independence, what they started doing in 2002. If you look in the chronological order, there is a lot of factor that helps a lot Estonia to be where Estonia is today. Because this is the one country, 1999, I think, in 2002, a lot of these things started. In the African context, this is a 55 country. Every country already, they're establishing different platform at the same time. In terms of national identification, they have their own policy, they're doing it manually. Instead of e-government, they have the law and stuff, and so on and so forth. In terms of cybersecurity, in terms of data protection laws, what we are doing here in Smart Africa is like we are on the flight, and the flight plan keep on changing, but we're going to the same destination. You see, because not only we assist each country member in Smart Africa here in having a very strong institution and strong law for different platforms such as the digital ID, data protection law, cybersecurity law, e-government planning, so on and so forth. But at the same time, we have to make sure it's conform with its neighbor, because we're all doing this in order to get to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Imagine in a second that the 55 countries start acting like one country, and we have no harmonized policy. So in order to do that, within Smart Africa, we do have a consultative council, like a Council of African Regulators. We know that the Council of African Regulators, this is where all the laws are taken for each country individually. So they are part of Smart, it's an organ within Smart Africa. We also have a council of ICT ministers. These are the decision makers on different investment, different policy, different introduction of technology. They are the forefront of the introducing a certain technology into a country when investor come. So we make sure we have these two member councils on board in order to harmonize our thing before we take it to the board level or steering committee. First of all, the steering committee, which is a mixture of the private sector and the public sector, then to the board at the head of the state level. That's exactly what we're doing. So it's not like, because if we had an opportunity to start everything from scratch, of course it will be very different. Let me give you a very simple example today. I've attended one of the conferences even organized by Mrs. Kut last year, I believe, in Estonia. I was very impressed. Each country, if you look at the law for national identification, I saw a presentation yesterday. He said, population registry is equal to voters registry. That is a very nice equation. But is that the case in Africa? It is not the case. You will see that in Benin, the rules and law to get the national ID in Burkina Faso, in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Djibouti, in Kenya is different. So for us in Smart Africa to be able to tackle this, we have to step back and look at the holistic approach. What are the common things among African countries that we are willing to interchange without actually violating the sovereignty of each country? So we have to come up with this trust alliance. In this trust alliance, which will allow digital identification data to flow between countries without any problem, in a way that a citizen from Rwanda with just a national biometric digital ID of Rwandan can travel to Senegal and go through the gate system. How do we make that happen? In order to make that happen, it means that we have to have a framework we all agree on. At the same time, that framework is not violating national sovereignty. And also we need to find out from each country, what are they capable or what are they allowing to interchange in terms of record on the personal level. So this is the challenge where we are facing.
I think it's an interesting challenge because of the number of countries that we are dealing with. But now I'm going to pivot a little and move into emerging technologies vis-a-vis regulation. Because Estonia has been, I've got here from what PwC said in 2019, that Estonia is a digital republic secured by blockchain, which I think sounds great in terms of emerging technologies and subsequent. But now, often you find, at least in Africa, that once innovation comes, regulation comes after it to try and contain it. How did you manage that relationship between regulation and innovation to become a digital republic secured by blockchain?
Well, indeed, in Estonia, we have been using distributed ledgers and the blockchain technology for one very specific purpose. This is how we guard for data integrity of our systems, making sure that, for example, my blood type in my health record or my address in the population registry doesn't get changed without proper authorization. So, but this is indeed just one example. I mean, whether it's these days we are going strong into artificial intelligence area, whether it's the next things, I think the key thing for us has been that we always have to figure out how to keep the machinery of government able to experiment and try out things. So our luck has been that through the years we have had, of course, also leadership willing to take risks and try things out, pilot things, even if they have not been tried in the world before. Back in the day, if it was nationwide data exchange, or another example, when we brought in online voting in 2005, or when we brought in e-residency, which is basically our program to offer, digital entrepreneurship opportunities for people around the world. These things have not been tried in the world before. But the point being that for us was that, but let's experiment with these and let's see if they work. Let's then figure out exactly how to make them scale and stable. And then regulation might come in. If your question was about how to stop regulation from hindering these experiments and lasting of these experiments, well, quite frankly, I think in many ways it comes to 2-3 things. First of all, what's the mindset of regulation? Is it about blocking things or enabling things? And I mean, I don't see it as a culture issue that much, but more or less it's exactly like a leadership issue. In Estonia, we have tried to see regulation as not just to remove barriers, but actually give us a push in the right direction. So if I take another example, not just from emerging technology area, but I mentioned before that we have the ability to, we have a platform for data exchange, X-Road. We have ability to exchange data between whatever parts of government and so forth. The technical platform was there for years before it actually went mainstream. Why it went mainstream? Because we brought in regulation of once only, which said that, look, government should not ask you again if some other parts of government already know some data about you. This gave a push in the direction of making services seamless for people, for users, and for the use of data exchange platform we had in the backend. So my point being that the first thing, and this relates to emerging technologies as well, we try to, regulate and limit things, we try to enable things. And for example, if we talk about now in Estonia and in the whole of Europe, we talk about how to have regulation for safe use of artificial intelligence. Exactly our view in Estonia is again, okay, we have to have necessary preconditions down, but it's about to ensure trust in this great, powerful new technology, not to limit its use. And it's a mindset, it's the attitude, it's the approach thing that's different. But the second thing I will bring out is, of course, how the experimentation works. I mean, experimentation is not a substitute for recklessness, or you still have to basically do things in a safe and sound way. And that means, we have to figure out ways, and this is hard in government, to work with the best talent, to work with the best talent we have in our countries, to work with private sector. This has a lot what has, I think, led to our successes, that we've been open to innovation, to expertise from outside. And if these experiments work, if they show their value, if they show they're safe, then there's also more readiness to keep them and scale them.
I think that's interesting. I like the idea of experimentation because, you learn more by testing things out. I think our audience would be keen to know, Mr. Sikut, have any of these experiments failed?
Oh, we fail all the time. But the question is that we usually fail if we don't experiment enough. So let me just give you an example, and perhaps it's not again from emerging technology necessarily, but we have had to rewrite our whole social welfare information system. So we started making this reform, it went wrong, we started again. When we brought in digital prescriptions around 10 or plus years back, 2011 I think it was, again it didn't work at first. We had to, basically in a few months, basically again revamp the whole thing. Why did it happen? Because we did not pay attention to prototyping, experimenting, trying things out on a small scale. It was basically an attempt to make complex reforms in one go. And that rarely works. So that's exactly our approach, and that's also why we can, be open to innovation more, because we have, through these hard lessons, learned to try things out on a small scale. Basically, as the cliche or the slogan goes, fail fast, fail small, fail safe, learn from this, and iterate from this.
Thank you so much for that. I think that's a powerful response. Mr. Kone, from the seat that you sit on, in charge of Africa's digital agenda, I have two questions for you. The first one is Africa ready to experiment? And then the second one is, if yes, on which emerging technologies do you think the next steps will be taken?
Thank you very much for that question. The answer to the question is Africa ready? Yes. They are ready, and the head of the state that we work for, they have a very bold visions. We all agree on where we want to be. We may not necessarily agree on how we want it to be, the method. But in general, as a goal, yes, they are ready to change. And you can see that. That's one of the reasons. During all this transform, we do have all this head of the state coming, the ministerial level coming, high personality coming in. And not only that, you can see also the smooth in terms of interaction that the Smart Africa Secretariat has with the Council of Ministers, as well as the Council of the Regulators, as well as the private sector, who are members of the steering committee. Okay, now, what area we need to move? You see, Scoot mentioned something very important. You see, you can try many technology and you fail. You can try many technology and you fail. I'll give you an example. Today, we all take pride of what Rwanda has in place in terms of the e-Rembo for the e-government platform. But before it becomes really a very solid solution platform being used everywhere around the country, it took several iterations. I don't want to get into that. It basically means if we are in a technology forefront, we are a risk taker, but we are calculated risk taker. That's why having a Council of African Regulators with us, it allows Smart Africa to introduce ideas such as sandbox in terms of law. The sandbox regulation, it basically means we do have a fundamental law in terms of legislating all the technology, emerging technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, so on and so forth. However, since the innovation drive, the development based on innovation drive, the development of the social economic. So to do that, we can't be changing the fundamental rules every time, and we have to have a sandbox approach where we introduce emerging technology. If it works on a small scale and we scale up, that's exactly the fundamental step that Smart Africa do. We do concept note, we do blueprints, we do a pilot, and we scale it up. Exactly, that's the same approach. Now looking at the technology today, Africa as a whole, if you look at it, there's an issue, not an issue, there's a challenge, I will be very precise. There is a challenge with the trust among the different sectors of the economy. If you look at the use cases of a blockchain, it's the perfect fit for our financial sector, for our land record sector, for our digital ID sector, and so on and so forth. I'm not saying blockchain can be good for all, but you have to look at the good use cases of the blockchain and apply it. That's one. When you look at the artificial intelligence, yes, we talk about artificial intelligence, which sits on the big data. Interesting. What is the raw material for big data? Is to be able to, for artificial intelligence, it's the big data. Data is the aggregation of all the aspects of the digital footprints that we in Africa, we generate every single day. To be able to get to that level, we have to look at specifically how do we use artificial intelligence in Africa. Yes, we can use it for planning purposes, because artificial intelligence is about what? It's about insight, hindsight, and foresight. And today, if you look at today, how artificial and big data is being used, around the world, there's only 5% data being fed right now into the artificial intelligence. It means it's a huge opportunity. But when we talk about specifically about Africa, how to tackle that, let's look at the digital literacy. In the digital literacy in Africa, for example, we have people who are educated, we have people who are technically savvy, they understand the ICT, and we do have people who did not even go to school, like my grandmother. The fundamental question to use the technology in the context of Africa, how do we use artificial intelligence to allow a non-educated people to benefit from the technology like educated people? Very simple example. We all use iPhone today, or we use a kind of a Samsung Android phone, iOS or Android. iOS speaks Siri's language. Siri speaks English, French, or Spanish. Who decides so? Why in Africa we don't use artificial intelligence to allow a non-educated people to just give a command on the phone, send $100 to my grandmother in the village, and the technology will do it. And it is happening today in Kenya, in South Africa, in Rwanda. Young people are programming today artificial intelligence to be able to use the voice recognition system to do an action. This is an example of how we can use artificial intelligence in Africa. And this will actually, what this will allow to do, it will shrink the gap, the digital divide. Because remember, even in the digital transformation area, when we talk specifically about data protection and digital signature, every single new device you introduce into the ecosystem, it widens the gap more. So how do we alleviate that? The solution to that, as we are moving along in this digital transformation, we have to use artificial intelligence to allow our non-educated people to use the technology.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kone. I think that's pretty deep. You've actually touched on quite a lot of subjects: insight, hindsight, and foresight. I'd also love my grandmother to talk to Siri. I think that's an incredible thing. Mr. Scoot, I'll allow you just to comment on this a bit because I think Mr. Kone touched on quite a few things about AI, blockchain, and these sort of technologies in terms of how they can help Africa to leapfrog. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, my first thought is this: that Lasina's remarks is a great example of how learning can go often both ways, because we all face the same sort of next challenges, even if our sort of some of the existing ones might be different. So my point being that for example, the vision that you brought out about how just basically through connecting and talking to Siri you can get some things done, right? Or getting a payment sent to the village. That's exactly the kind of service we want to build in our government, and this is we call it we just came up with a vision paper on this a few months ago. That's the environment we want to build up. So my point being that sort of clearly, as we try to tackle these things, as we talk about the next technologies, there's so much room for collaboration in coming up jointly with some of the next things we want to build.
Now, with all this that's happening, there's a degree of trepidation or worry that people have around issues of data privacy, data protection, and things like that. And in this discussion, I've heard the word trust used 3 times. Mr. Kone used it twice, where he spoke about trust as an element itself, and also spoke about the Trust Alliance. So, Scoot, in your opening remarks, you also spoke about trust. Now, trust is not a very technical term. And what I'm keen to understand, and I'll first ask you, Mr. Kone, then ask the same question to you, Mr. Scoot, how important is trust in this whole equation?
You see, it's very important. The trust in this equation, it goes back to the fundamental definitions of digital transformation. What does that mean? Digital transformations, anything we can do on a conventional physical basis is taken online. When it's taken online, there are some safeguards that we need to put in place to make sure the person at the other end we're communicating with is the right person, which is the authentications and also trust. So in order to do that, trust is the issue. If I'm sitting home today, I am trusting my bank, I'm logging into the system, I need to know this is really my bank. So trust is not really a technical word, but it is the fundamental for everything. That's the reason, you see, we talk about the trust alliances in the digital ID area. Why trust alliances? One of the biggest challenges in Africa, you see, every time when you look at the cybersecurity report and stuff like that, you see that maybe hackers from Zimbabwe, or hackers from South Africa, they're attacking Europe and so on and so forth. Those maybe hackers in Zimbabwe, they may not really be citizens from Zimbabwe. They could be citizens from any other country. This is just hypothetically. It means from one African region to the other African region, I can be a citizen from East Africa, I go to West Africa, I do some bad things in cybersecurity and hackers and so on and so forth. Then I go to another East African country, live like a clean person. How do you eradicate that? It's by introducing digital ID, and digital ID is based on the trust. When countries start exchanging information on individual without going to their personal right and liberty, of course, but to know who you are. They call it KYC. We all say, know your customer. I don't say know your customer in digital ID. I say know your citizen. When we start exchanging information about who are you are an East African resident, East African citizen living in West Africa. You are engaged in this activity in a way that when you leave West Africa, you go to South Africa, we know who you are. It's all based on the trust which can be built in the framework that we are working on, a digital ID as well as the personal data protection. This will all help us in terms of a GDPR that we are aiming to get, in a way that when the African citizen exchange information with the European, they know it's not a fraudulent exchange. That's how the trust becomes. Prosperity comes with the trust. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, I think thank you very much for that. So it's good. what's your take on the element of trust? And just if you can also give an example of how this has worked well for Estonia.
So our understanding really from day one in Estonia, all those 20 plus years back, has been that indeed trust is the cornerstone, just like Lassina described. And what that meant was that we built it into policy. So we really built in that whatever we do in terms of policy, we had to figure out, okay, how to ensure trust. Secondly, we built it into practices about how we do things around technology. So often, I quite agree, many things are not just about technology itself, but about process. So if I just give you one very small example, so how do we make sure that online voting with a digital ID is secure? It's a trick of process. You can re-vote. So basically, if somebody, for example, blackmails you or bribes you to vote in a particular way, you can always go home and re-vote again, or show up at the station and vote securely there, and still democratic process is not hindered. It's a thing of process, and even all the way to design. So whatever we build in Estonia, or whatever digital solutions we bring out for registering companies very fast, for getting your taxes paid in a smooth way, for digital health record. All these things have been designed already and built, technically speaking, with trust in mind. So it's really a cornerstone for us. But again, it's not just because we somehow see issues of security or possible risks of privacy as a barrier. No, we have to just solve them because that enables us to be digital in the whole country. But the other part I want to come down to is that even though trust is not a technical term, technology itself very powerfully allows us and can allow us to ensure trust. So trust can also be built. It's not just an inherent thing that you can somehow lose or that you somehow inherit. You can build trust. And that's again a design issue of how we build things. So again, if I take a health example, that is why in our health record, and now we're taking this across the whole government of ours, you can monitor yourself as a citizen. You can, with a digital ID, log in and see who has accessed what data about you. So which doctor looked at your health record, which policeman looked into your identity file, for example. And it's a powerful feature, a simple feature, but a powerful one. Essentially, we made the logbook about data queries visible for you as a citizen. It's not that hard technically, but it's powerful to ensure and build trust that even if data gets exchanged in the back end, you have oversight and no big brother is there. So this is just one example of me saying that there are things in technical features we can use all the way to advanced sort of cryptography, blockchain, other things to ensure that trust actually increases even too.
I really like the way that you've put it. It's almost like a trust but verify sort of situation that we've got going on. Now, I'm just going to take a brief pause just to let the audience know that, please, you can ask your questions. We've got about 15 minutes to go, so ask a couple more questions to the panelists, but would love to see your questions within the chat, and we'll also give you the floor to be able to ask them a few questions. Now, as I'm going ahead, allow me just to be a bit controversial here and talk about data protection, because a lot of people are asking about that. And I'm going to talk specifically about what's happening with COVID-19. I came across an article which said most of the systems that were used for tracking within COVID-19 were not compliant in terms of data protection. But these are the things that saved people's lives. So should we think differently about data protection? Should we say it's okay to be slightly violated but alive, or to be entirely secure but dead? Mr. Kone, what's your take on this around data protection?
Yeah, I think this has been a very big questions in Europe and America and Scandinavian country and so on and so forth. Well, it depends. You can use the technology to fight COVID without violating a personal right. Because you see, you really need to understand when we talk about contact tracing, what is it really? The contact tracing, the most suitable entity that will have all the information of the mobility of a person, a citizen in any country, is the telco provider. Those days, the telco provider, yes, it will give you all the way to the GPS location. It gives you a lot more information than you actually need. But in that case, do you have a right to have that kind of information as an institution, either you're private or public? It becomes a fundamental human right issue. However, if you are using a technology such as a Bluetooth, which is only locally significant for the device, that store information about who you've been in contact with during COVID is only stored in your device, and you only disclose it when you find out the person you approach is actually contaminated. There's no violation of rule because you're just doing it for the health purposes. But there's a big debate about this. There are two options. If you go using a telco, the big brothers, as I said, the big brothers way, yeah, well, in certain country you may have an issue. In certain country you may have an issue. But in order to use technology to avoid all these human right, personal data violations rules, technology available today. I think if you've been reading the articles about what Apple and Google, they came out together and allow data interchange of the Bluetooth system. And while everything is stored locally, I don't see any human right violation in that. That's my take.
Okay, so data protection can be done safely. Mr. Scoot, what do you think about data protection?
Well, I mean, if you especially ask about what I think about data protection, it has to be there. Again, that's a trust issue, and it's a fundamental thing. And it's the same thing I wanted to say about sort of our responses, at least in Estonia and most of Europe here, to battle the COVID crisis and the health situation. So my point being that for us, it was very clear from day one that there's no excuses, like we can't go ramping into people's privacy and personal data. We have to still sort of play in the boundaries we have set and that have been defined by law. But I wanted to point out a few things. Well, first of all, there clearly can be occasions when, obviously, if societies make collective changes in this agreement of what is private, what is not private, whether you can change that. So basically, if there are legal basis for example, in times of crisis to use that, that in a way is a changing, social agreement or public agreement. So my point being that, for example, what is considered public or private may be quite different even between countries. In Estonia and in most of Nordics here, we are very public with many data that's considered private in other parts of the world, but that's been now a social agreement. So for example, you can find about what properties do I own or what companies sort of, I am affiliated with. In Finland, you can use about how much tax, for example, somebody pays or what the salaries have been, but that's okay in our context. So my point being that if crisis comes, if we need some data, if it's public agreement, that obviously, sort of health services should have access to that, that can be renegotiated, but it has to be a public decision, not just at the whims that somehow government take it up, if they choose to. Second point that I want to bring out is again technology. Just like Lassina pointed out, there are many ways how to use different types of technologies that allow for this proportionality to exist, and a lot of data protection is about proportionality. So basically, cost benefit. Sometimes you get the same results with less intrusion, just like the Bluetooth example was. So that is, for example, also in Estonia and most of Europe, our corona tracing app development goes exactly in the same direction, working from the basis that Apple and Google and others have brought out, working on a protocol that has been jointly developed between European countries and research groups, and build up an application from that is, completely privacy preserving. And my third point is that looking ahead, I myself very much believe in that there will be more and more also technological solutions about how to still access and plug into big data pools without sort of, basically revealing the details of that data. So for example, there's quite a bit of movement going around privacy enhancing technologies. For example, how to do multi-party computing in a secure way. There are some Estonian companies working on this as well, sort of figuring out that, you can still combine sensitive sources, get the results of these analysis. For example, the sources can be just like Lassina said, GPS positions. You can get the results of this analysis even down to sometimes perhaps on individual level without knowing the locations where those people were. So you get the insights without getting the data.
I like that. And that's right, because what you really need is the insight. Now, with 10 minutes to go, I've got a couple of questions from the floor, which I'm just going to pose to you. And the first one actually goes to both of you. And it's a more practical question where the floor is asking, how does Smart Africa and the government of Estonia plan to work together to bring all these learnings and experiences to African countries? So, Mr. Kone, what would your response to that be?
To be honest, it's a really a great honor for us to work with Estonia. The Her Excellency Estonian President was invited several times. I think she attended one of our board meeting was in 2019, and she's pretty much in touch with His Excellency the President Kagame, President of Rwanda, who's also the chairman of Smart Africa. We have a very smooth and a collaborative work ahead of us. We have a lot to learn from Estonia, from where Estonia came from, but it will have to be in the context of Africa. And as long as it's technology, and I think it's quite feasible. Today, Estonia is leading the world in terms of the ICT. That is a really pride that we must all be, we people who are in the technology area, because they are doing things that no one ever thought it can be done. An example, during this pandemic time, the government never shut down because everything is basically online. Basically, what they were able to do is to build resiliency around the economy using the technology. So this is something we need to learn from them. So where we can go from here? Estonia, yesterday, and I've been to eGov meeting organized by Estonian government, eGov Academy, 3 times now, if I remember. There's a lot we can do together, particularly in the eGov platform area. Already, I know that Estonia, they've been to Namibia, I believe Namibia, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin. There are countries among us, there are countries who are members of Smart Africa already. They are working with the Estonia from the fact that, they've been visiting the country, they've been actually talking through the agency, through the company called Cybernetica, and I'm quite aware of that. We can learn a lot from them to see exactly what's the good and the best technology we can get in order to adopt it in Africa. It's very important on the partnership basis. What's really important for us, is to learn from the experience of Estonia. Estonia, yes, Estonia is a country, so this is like a bilateral relationship between Estonia and each country. But if you look at the holistic approach, it's like a private entity coming within Africa to be able to bring experience and to bring a business to Africa. So this is how we want to see this. In even education, health, blockchain, artificial intelligence, I really think and I hope that, our collaboration, the MOU which is signed between Estonia and Smart Africa, to take it to the next level, to work hand in hand together to be able to deploy all this emerging technology that can make our life easier in Africa and secure in Africa. We don't have to do things the same way everyone does in Europe because we have our own context, but how do we apply technology into this to be able to develop to be able to take and adopt the ICT into our social economic development? That is really the aim of our relationship with Estonia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kore. Mr. Sikut, the same question to you in terms of taking the relationship further. What are your thoughts around how that can be done or how that will be done?
I can only appreciate the very warm words of Lassina on this, and clearly our government has been more than happy about how the friendship has grown, and we are only happy to deepen and extend this even further. But I mean, perhaps just even let's say about the government of Estonia, I think what the friendship is between Smart Africa and the whole community of experts on digital transformation in Estonia. It's not just government representatives, it's also our great partners from private sector, our ICT cluster, who's also the organizing force for this event even, right? So a lot of expertise in our case on practical level, all the way from policy to concrete solutions and scaling them throughout the society, the whole chain, the whole package. A lot of the knowledge lies with them. I mean, they've been building these things for us as well. So my point being that, through this government and Smart Africa relationship, we're bringing actually the whole community forward, and in many ways our expertise from the whole of Estonia is available, whether through Smart Africa for joint initiatives and otherwise, or whether, just like Lassina said, individually, bilaterally or sub-regionally between countries. Our experts are happy to work and somehow share some of the things we have done here, some of the lessons we have learned, or build the next things, as I said before, in whoever is willing in that sense. And what I'm eager about is actually, Lassina mentioned COVID. I think COVID has opened up for us more ways for that. If you look on the globe, of course, Africa and Estonia are a bit apart. And I think the models for collaboration classically used to be a lot about it. We somehow have to be very much present and come down and somehow physically get together. I think I hope on both ends we are now released from this. There's so much learning, sharing, building, joint collaboration that can happen over digital channels, and we should use this more as well between Smart Africa and Estonia, between the individual countries and governments and some of our companies or experts. So I think we're sort of freed and really sort of powered through for our collaboration through COVID, even in a funny way. And my last bit about sort of saying is that obviously why we do this. And there's a very clear sort of point for us. When we started and have been on our journey in Estonia, we have always been very eager to learn from others and even copy what works elsewhere, so that we don't have to reinvent the same wheel. And sort of if digital identity worked in Finland, we happily took it over. If there was a good practice in Denmark about how to choose government digital projects, we took that over. Same ways now other governments have been taking our solutions. So that's the way X-Road has went to through to 10 plus countries around the world. So my point being, we are not only happy to share our experience, but also the solutions if they're useful. If they don't immediately apply in a context, obviously they need to be reworked then together with a particular government, a particular companies and private sector in the particular country, and build the next thing.
No, absolutely. I think that's a very powerful way to be able to tackle that relationship. We've got only time for one more question, and I think Dr. Ralph Oyinimbuna from Smart Africa would like to ask the question live. Dr. Mbuna, please go ahead.
Thank you, Gary Kai, and thank you, Director General Lassina Kone, and thank you to our friend from Estonia as well. Very good panel. Yesterday it was good, and today, thanks to you, it's even better. So my question really is towards Estonia, and of course, Mr. Lassina Kone, you can comment on this as well. We all know that intra-Africa exports represent 18%. Intra-African trade represent 18% of African exports, compared to 69% for Europe. That means like European countries trade a lot among each other compared to Africa, to African countries. So yesterday we talked, Estonia shared a lot of their experiences in terms of national interoperability, right? Interoperability systems at the national level. So my question is, can you share a little bit of this same experience, but at a continental level, at a regional level? How do you make it so that European countries trade among each other so much, and I believe that ICT has a role to play in it? Thank you.
So perhaps
I think that's a powerful question. Please go ahead, Mr. Squid.
Perhaps if I just start and keep it brief, then the journey of Europe has been different in that sense, and I think we have to sort of acknowledge that. So in Europe, single market and the move towards single market has been the practical work and the vision for 60 last years, essentially, or even more, so almost 70 last years. So my point being, in many ways, the markets, the trade was integrated even before digitization really hit. Okay, and so I mean, in that sense, digitization has caught up with that. But obviously, these days we have to, exactly just like the question was, to build up interoperability. Have identities, digital identities, reusable in different countries. Connect government databases so that they can be used for easier cross-border trading. And if you go to live and do business in another country, for example, so we're catching up and taking it to next level like that. I mean, I only want to comment on one last thing, that clearly the vision within Europe is that we have to create a digital single market. But it's not meant just Europe only. The vision always has been behind it as well. That obviously we are happy and willing to connect, and we should be happy and willing to connect with regions, countries beyond that, who are our trading and otherwise partners. And that's why I was happy to be part of Pan-European Task Force, actually a joint African Union, European Union task force, proposing visions around sort of joint digital economy. And I think it's sort of basically has a vision there in the pipeline, but there's just many practical steps to do that first. Bringing up digital identity in Africa, just like Lassina and Smart Africa are doing, and so forth. But the vision has to be that this all is in the direction of linking up and merging more widely.
No, thank you so much for that. Mr. Kony, do you have just a comment on Dr. Mbuna's question?
Yeah, it is. I understand what Dr. Ralph said, and we really wanted to. I think I have this discussion with this school before, if I remember very like a year ago, something like that, on the digital single digital market and how European they were able to do it. And in fact, they're doing it. I'm not saying they already do it because it is a very big task. For us in Africa, as Dr. Ralph said, it's the intra-Africa trade represent about only 16 to 18%, while in Europe it represents 6 to 8%. You see, our approach in the digital economy, if we are to build in Africa here, if we are to build Africa, I'm talking about transportation routes, which is the big highways between cities, between country. If we have to establish airline route between each country and each capitals in Africa, we believe that we should be seeing information superhighway as also an infrastructure project between those countries for many reasons. I think Scott will maybe agree with me or not. You see African as a continent today, you see a lot of submarine cable going around it. If you actually deep dive into the country, you will see that the integration in terms of infrastructure of the information superhighway is not yet there, which makes, of course, the cost of the access to the information superhighway higher. It's true, one of the factors, because the reason why I'm saying this, if I'm today in Djibouti, I would like to exchange information with the West Africa, like Mauritania, in the city called Nouadhibou, for example, on the coast of Atlantic Oceans. Most likely 99.9%, the link will go up first of all to Europe, or it will go to the US before coming back to Africa. This becomes an issue. All of these, at the end of the day, it is the money coming out of the pocket of the citizen, which makes the life cost higher. So if we are able to integrate using information superhighway, the African country, it will put the burden on the cost of the internet on the submarine cable level. If we're able to build a platform for a trust alliance in terms of digital ID, if we're able to do OAN, One African Network, in terms of roaming, if we're able to do and tackle on the top of that the e-commerce, we have no doubt that the intra-Africa trade ratio will go up. Because today, I'll be very bold, the new generations, we do not want to see Africa again as the big exporter of a raw material, which is a finite. You and I today, we are acting in the digital world. The new resources is the oil. If you come to see, if you go to the Wall Street, you see the Fortune 500, the top 8 country, the top 8 company, the market capitalization of the top 8 operating in the data is bigger than the 50 biggest telecom in the world. There must be a reason. So the data is a new oil, and we want to be ready for that in Africa, particularly for the fourth industrial revolution. We want to not only be part of it, we want to lead our own destiny.
All right. So we're going to take, I think, just one last comment before we close. And the comment is coming from the Republic of Kenya, and that's Engineer Daniel Obam. Engineer Obam, over to you. Sorry, Engineer Obam, we cannot hear you. I think your microphone may be on mute. Okay, I think technically we weren't able to hear Engineer Obam. So I'm just going to ask you just 30 seconds just to round up this discussion. I know we're talking about cross-cutting issues, and it's been very engaging. There's so many things that we could have talked about but haven't. Things like our integrated ecosystems, cybersecurity, green ICT. But it's been an amazingly engaging discussion. And also, I think we had a number of questions that had come through. I'm being told that Engineer Obam now is ready. Engineer Obam, please quickly ask your question.
Sorry about that. I could hear you very well, but somehow you couldn't hear me. I was saying thank you very much to the DG and Mrs. Kut for a very interesting conversation. We were discussing amongst ourselves here, and I was the most convenient one to us make these comments. The first one regards the comment by the moderator that would rather be dead and secure or alive and insecure. Kenya, we believe that you can actually be alive and secure, because the essence of data protection legislation is actually to protect how data is managed, not to stop data being collected. In any case, our data protection law actually provides for exemptions, especially in public interest. And I think the issue of COVID-19 and collection of data can be handled under that exemption. In any case, also, it's possible to actually anonymize data so that we still go on saving lives and securing personal information. The second comment regards what the DG talked on earlier in the session on how we can have a common policy, legal, and regulatory framework across the continent. I know he mentioned the Regulatory Council, but I believe we could copy from the Europeans, where even before the GDPR, we had directives that were done at the EU level, and then member states transpose those into their local legislation. I think the Smart Africa Secretariat and the African Union could work on developing common frameworks which can then be transposed by individual African countries into legislation, so that you have a common theme running throughout the continent, and then you don't have rules that are varying. We found out that the issue of data protection, you have different, some people want localization of data, others don't want. So if we agree on how we handle, for example, an issue of localization of data, and that's a common framework across the continent, we can be able to attract investments, maybe in data centers and other infrastructure. Those are our comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Engineer Obam. Now, Mr. Squid, I'm going to allow you just 30 seconds just for closing remarks. And then Mr. Kone will also just give you 30 seconds before we close the session. Over to you, Mr. Squid.
Well, thank you. And I think clearly I want to thank sort of everyone who tuned in and sort of thought along and has been interested in Estonian experience. Thanks also, of course, to Lassina and Smart Africa, for, like I said, for the warm friendship. And again, as I said, we're only happy to take it further. So I think my bottom line is that, look, Estonian experience and solutions, if they are of use to you in Smart Africa, in African countries, just ask our ICT cluster and the government behind there. We're happy to share and work along. Thank you.
Much, Mr. Kone, over to you.
Thank you very much, Scoot. Thank you for having me on this panel. It's been a great pleasure and an honor, and I really wish that this workshop that we started together is just the beginning to a long, fruitful collaborations laying ahead of us in terms of the collaboration in the digital transformation era. We will not hesitate at all to call to the ICT or to reach out to ICT cluster in our different working group to be able to learn from them, to be able to create a win-win partnership between Estonia and Smart Africa, which consists of the 30 country members. That's all I have to say, and I really thank you for inviting me for this panel.
A big thank you to both of our panelists and the teams that were able to make the session happen. It's the start of a robust discussion, but let this discussion continue as we go along. So thank you, Mr. Scoot, thank you, Mr. Kone, and thank you to our audience for tuning in. We hope to catch you on the next sessions. Thank you very much. All right, so thank you so much for tuning into this, the next session that we're going to be having. Now, this session, we're going to be talking about digital infrastructure. Now, when people talk about infrastructure, it's a broad term. It tackles a lot of our building blocks in terms of the structural elements that the digital economy rides on. But the importance of digital infrastructure can never be overstated, because it is where everything begins. It's how we're able to then deliver the sort of services and all the platforms that we need to deliver to our citizens. And so it becomes what we call a foundation. And as we know, without a strong foundation, a building can never stand. And so we've got a number of presentations that we're going to have, and at the end of these presentations, we're going to ask questions at the end. So again, please feel free to ask your questions in the chat, and if you want to ask your questions live, we can do that as well. So the two presentations we're going to have one that's going to be talking about the digital infrastructure pillar. The second presentation will talk about the digital business pillar, and then we'll ask the questions once we've done with all those. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce three people who are going to take part in the first presentation on our digital infrastructure pillar. The first one is Mr. Osman Issa, who is in charge in Smart Africa of broadband and internet infrastructure initiatives. Then from the Republic of Guinea, we're going to have Mr. Diaby and also Mr. Jalil Asuma from Africa Digital Solutions. So they're going to do that presentation. I think Mr. Osman Issa will take charge of that. So over to you for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Gary Kai. I'm very excited to be part of this discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody, wherever you may be joining us from. Once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you some of the infrastructure initiatives and other complementary initiatives that we have undertaken. And so we are going to briefly actually discuss some flagships that have been initiated by the Smart Africa member states. Then we also briefly look at initiatives that have been initiated from the Smart Africa Secretariat level. Then, of course, we have the concluding remarks and get a flagship presentation from one of the member states. So if you look at the initiatives, so basically these are digital infrastructure initiatives and projects undertaken by Smart Africa Alliance members towards achieving the vision that we have, that is transforming Africa into a single digital market. So basically we have two main categories of these flagship initiatives. So we have the category one that we term as the member state flagship. So here each member state selects a flagship project demonstrating its critical importance to each of the member countries. Nonetheless, when it comes to implementation, we look at it from the Pan-African level. So what it means is that lessons that have been learned in these initiatives and the success stories are more or less implemented across the rest of the Smart Africa Alliance member states. Then we have the category two, which talks about flagship and initiatives from the Smart Africa Secretariat. So these are flagships and initiatives by the Smart Africa Secretariat, and these are identified to be beneficial to all member states. So here we work with the member states, we work with the partner organizations and the private sector to actually achieve its objectives. So we can look at some of the flagships that have been undertaken by the member states. So the first one that I want us to look at is the Cloud and Data Center for Africa project. Now, if you observe, historically Europe has been identified to be the top internet destination, accounting for about 82% of internet traffic. So we also have, of course, intra-Africa is accounting for about 14%. Of course, we've seen some growth in that. Nonetheless, the creation of data center and cloud services is key to transforming Africa into a digital market, because the content that we actually have, we will have to store it in Africa. So if you have cloud and data center services, it can be infrastructure as a service, it can be platform as a service, or software as a service. We need to actually do something about it. So this project is to ensure that at least most of these content that we have is actually hosted and served in Africa. Of course, we have the big players within the industry, that is AWS, Azure from Microsoft, and the rest. We have to ensure that we actually have the content stored and accessed in Africa. So the first phase is actually a study that is being carried out with the support of partner organizations like AFDB and other private sector to ensure that at least we get this done. The second project that I want us to discuss is the Intra-African Connectivity Project. Certainly, this is one of the flagship projects that Republic of Guinea will be presenting, because it's a flagship of Guinea. So the purpose of this particular project is to connect each African country to the other, to allow access and affordable communication, either by submarine, terrestrial, or satellite technology. Of course, a connected Africa which will make internet and broadband accessible and affordable. So we have voice, we have SMS, we have data traffic that is generated and destined Africa should stay in Africa. All right, so more of this, the details of this project, fortunately, will be presented by Republic of Guinea. The second, or the next flagship project I want us to discuss is the Smart Broadband 2025 Strategy document. Now, this document is actually to serve as a guideline. Of course, a while ago, we talked about making sure that we harmonize whatever each member state is actually doing. So it's a flagship of Republic of Senegal. So it's to actually ensure that we have a holistic approach through 7 key pillars to deliver sustainable broadband to member states. So the document is in final stages, and it will be launched very soon. So in this document, the target is to have a minimum download speed of 3 megabits per second, generate and store about 30% of Africa content in Africa, assess equipment that are partially manufactured in Africa. Then, of course, we have affordable internet and increased broadband penetration to about 51% across Africa. The next one that I want us to discuss is the data protection and privacy framework development project, which is, of course, a flagship from Senegal as well. If you observe, we have less than 30% of African countries that are having data protection policies. Of course, we've talked about the Malabo Convention. About 15 countries also have actually signed on to this treaty. So what we are saying is that if you have the Malabo Convention and you have regional interventions on data privacy, you have industry standards that are coming in, how then do we harmonize them? So we have to map the existing framework to identify similarities and points of the divergence. Then, of course, we can create a framework document that serves as a guideline for Smart Africa member states, and of course, provide capacity building and educational programs for data protection authorities. Now, the next one that we will look at is the blueprint on the ICT blueprint on ICT skills development and capacity building project. So this is a flagship of Burkina Faso, right? So here we have to analyze the from African context research to identify the ICT capacity ecosystem, key challenges, and also identify the best practices that at least we can actually use to develop a blueprint for everybody, so that at least we can actually develop our skills within Africa, and for that matter, the Smart Africa member states. So now we can actually look at the flagships that are coming from the Smart Africa Secretariat. The first one I want us to discuss is the bulk purchase project, which is the bulk purchase of wholesale submarine and satellite capacity project. Now, the concept of this project is based on the principle of more for less. As volume grows and the cost of megabits of data volume should decrease. So if you look at the submarine and satellite area, for example, we have the demand side and we have the supply side. So how can we actually aggregate the demand side and ensure that at least we can actually approach the supply side? So here we are going to match demand to supply. So the comfort here is the fact that when we aggregate the demand, the cost of bandwidth will decrease. So what it also means for the suppliers is the fact that as much as possible they are guaranteed market. So, and of course there will be transparency in the market, and this we believe can actually reduce the cost of bandwidth. So by buying bulk pitches for a group of countries, the capacity prices at cable landing stations could be unified for the whole group. The next project that I want us to discuss is the One African Network. So this project is to make intra-Africa communication secure, affordable, and cross-border mobile payments supporting millions of Africans in Africa. So we've all had cases where you make a call and the call that is supposed to be in Africa will actually transition in Europe and other places. So how do we ensure that we actually have Africa's traffic staying within Africa? So this will actually assert the sovereignty of African nations to oversee their own voice, data and financial transaction traffic, and reclaim associated benefits. All right? So we have to see how we can actually integrate our efforts, especially through free movement of people, goods, and services. And we believe that with the One African Network project, we can actually achieve that. Then we have smart devices. Of course, for internet penetration to actually go up, we will have to do something about smart devices. So the target is to make smart devices affordable and accessible as a means of engaging average African citizens in the digital transformation of Africa. So 3 main categories of smart devices we will have to focus on. So we have smart devices for digital inclusion. Then we have smart devices for education, and that one is very obvious in recent times because of COVID. Then the third one, we have to look at smart devices for total digital transformation. So we have discussed the concept of emerging technologies. We will have to look at how we can actually ensure that we have affordable devices for Africa. So, I mean, we can tackle this from various sectors. So we can expand the bracket for usage. Taxation and import duties on smart devices, we believe something needs to be done about it. Government involvement in the value chain is something that should also be looked at. Then assembly plants in Africa. I know there's been a series of discussions on this, but as much as possible, we need to do something about it. Then we have the digital terrestrial television project. Here, there has been efforts for us to migrate to the digital platform. But of course, we need to establish steady building on existing strategies and policies pursued by some of our member states and their best practices knowledge. Some have been able to do it, others are still having challenges. So we have to revising existing mapping for revisiting existing mapping for the best practices in the digital migration based on global best practices. So what it means is that we have to look at how we can actually map the existing best practices in the digital migration based on global best practices. Here, then we create partnership with in-country stakeholders for capacity building and actually ensure that at least we can move to the next level. Then we have capacity building for decision makers. This is also a Smart Africa initiative. Now, we have our decision makers. The decisions that they make for us is very key. So we will have to see how best we can actually ensure that we build the capacity of our decision makers. So here we recommend to policymakers new approaches to integrate technology-based tools to improve experiences in overall labor market, and also provide standardized courses, learning materials to generate inclusive economic growth, empower decision makers in financial support mechanisms to increase ICT tools in formal, informal education and labor force market, and also improve the capacity of policymakers to design and implement digital skills development programs. Another project that I want us to discuss is the Smart Africa Talent Academy project. Of course, we have our youth. We have to prepare the youth with relevant skills and mindset to adapt to the 21st century skills. We are inching towards the fourth industrial revolution. So, of course, we need to have a general awareness of digital skills required to participate in the digital transformation of our society. So here, this project we are working with industry, academia, and the content creators to develop content relevant for the future of work, produce and increase quality employment rate, which will lead to increase in wages. Then we have Atingi. Atingi is also a flagship of the Smart Africa Secretariat, of course, working with stakeholders. So it's a digital learning platform developed within the framework of the global project, the African Cloud. So this is implemented by GIZ on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and of course with Smart Africa. So here we are looking at 4 success factors. That is, number 1 is the development of high quality content of formal and non-formal education. Right. The second one is talking about the development of Pan-African e-learning and skills development platform focusing on reaching more people in rural and remote areas. Then the third one is piloting of innovative data engine with intelligent algorithms to enhance content and access. Then we have the last but not the least, the establishment of Pan-African network on e-learning and digital learning opportunities. So the Africa Cloud Global Project aims to reach young people through innovative e-learning offers. So educational content are developed locally and geared towards improving vocational training and employability for jobs of the future. Then we have the Smart Africa Scholarship. Now, this one, the Smart Africa Scholarship Fund, is a flagship initiative of the Smart Africa Alliance, and an alliance comprised of several countries and institutions committed to promoting ICT as a driver for social economic growth. So here, the Smart Africa Scholarship Fund provides a scholarship to African students from member states to help them pursue master's and certificate level training at the best ICT center of excellence. So what it means is that currently we have actually partnered with some institutions that are actually providing scholarship and other support for African students. These are my concluding remarks. So at this point, the Smart Africa Alliance member states are hereby encouraged to work with the Smart Africa Secretariat to identify flagship projects and initiatives that can be implemented in their respective countries. Of course, the success stories and lessons learned from these flagship projects can be replicated in other member states of the Smart Africa Alliance. So on this note, I think that if you permit me, we will have a presentation on one of the projects, which is a flagship of the Republic of Guinea, which is talking about the Intra-Africa Connectivity Project. Thank you very much.
Hello.
We need to have the next presentation. The next presentation.
So thank you very much. Hello, you can hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Osman, for this great presentation. So I'm Mami Jabi from Guinea-Conakry. So I'm gonna present you the intra-African connectivity, in order to build the single digital market. So as you know, the Smart Africa has the vision of transforming Africa into a single digital market and putting ICT at the center of national socio-economic agenda. So the Intra-African Cross-Border Connectivity Project is a flagship led by Republic of Guinea. So the objective is to connect all African countries through terrestrial, air, submarine cable, and sorry because I'm moving in the same time with another window. It's not moving. Good. So I was saying that the objective is to interconnect all African countries through the terrestrial, air, or submarine cable in order to transform Africa into a single digital market, which means that we are moving from 55 national markets into a single one. So basically, the current ICT infrastructure in Africa is in different maturity stages in various parts of the continent. So, which needs to improve in a short time to achieve the goal of transforming our continent into a single digital market. Also, the interconnectivity between different countries of Africa is not direct, and the traffic needs to move out of Africa for internal communication purpose also. And we can mention also that the lack of local data center infrastructure takes the internet traffic out of Africa, and it makes the service unaffordable. So in order to improve overall ICT services in Africa, as a first step, it's essential to establish the single African digital market connecting all the Smart Africa member countries. So, good. Now, some feasibility studies has been done in order to reach the mentioned goal. So TCTS, Tata Communication Transforming Services, with ADS, initiated a feasibility study in collaboration with the Honorable ICT Minister of Republic of Guinea by collecting, synthesizing, and analyzing the information available across countries on the national backbone network, and also interconnection points across borders for 24 Smart African member countries. But as you know, currently the Smart African members countries reached, there is 6 new countries joined the Smart Africa Alliance. In the next slide, we will talk about those 6 countries. So this slide with the map, in fact, depicts the interconnectivity with the African countries. With the initial feasibility study, we have been able to understand that challenges and the underlying infrastructure that needs to be built over the next few years. And also the high-level study indicates that there is a need to roll out more than 18,000 kilometers of optical fiber cable to realize the network topology described in this map. So we define in 3 clusters, and also according to the kind of source, normal source, hard rock, river cross, etc., etc. So as per the approach, the high-level interconnectivity plan between various Smart Africa countries is designed in such a way that every country is connected with at least 2 neighboring countries. on a ring architecture. So important locations, for example, would be connected in a mesh architecture with 3 or more paths to the next locations. Okay, forward. Good. The next slides talk about the network architecture, internet, data, and voice over IP. So the network architecture to support, in fact, local roaming and data hosting. State-of-art network architecture based on IP MPLS model for internet traffic, data, and voice over IP becomes mandatory to achieve, for example, the e-government and digitalization with high-level security. So, as you know, it's the same for the telecom operators. I mean, the telecom operators implement the current model globally. Technically, this architecture inherits resiliency, scalability, and high uptime. So the map shows how the architecture identify a converged management console, breaking the entire network into 3 clusters: West zone, South zone, Northeast zone. So this will make easier the management and ensuring 100% geo redundancy. So as part of the proposed architecture, corporate or enterprise and retail traffic is treated separately with the appropriate quality of services applied end-to-end. This will benefit in prioritizing latency, thereby supporting business critical applications. For example, when we talk about monetizing also, the monetizing relatively becomes easier since the commercials will support the respective segments into B2B domain with regard to types of products. So generally, I mean, moreover, this architecture also supports to carry corporate or enterprise traffic separately from the retail traffic. Other features and functionality supported are also latency with less number of hops. This also carries of catastrophic failure. Symmetrical routing enables low jitter rates with acceptable limits at per with the global best practice. The key differentiator and benefit. So with the proposed architecture, traffic like data and voice over IP routing for both international and domestic decision making, intelligence is built with the continent, whereas with the current architecture, it happens outside, resulting in exceptional core rate and inefficient data plan. So as you know, the project impact, I mean, the goal of this project, as mentioned before, is for sure to interconnect all African countries through terrestrial, air, or a submarine cable in order to transform our continent to a single into a single digital market. So we are connecting Africa to make internet and broadband accessible and affordable, as mentioned by Osman in the beginning, like voice, SMS, data traffic generated and destined for Africa to stay with the boundary of the continent. And I also added the data protection frameworks to be outlined to protect business and the individual. And we can talk about also the increase of the GDP of African countries, individual countries. In terms of project outcome, this is gonna reduce, for example, the cost of internet, reduce the cost of roaming. As I was saying, to keep African traffic with the continent, I mean, increase national economic competitivities and also boost African trade. What has been done before, so far? So we have some partners like ADS and Tata Communication Transformation Services, which engaged jointly with the Smart Africa Committee. With the leadership of Guinea ICT Minister, ADS and TCTS jointly work on desktop feasibility for 24 countries' interconnectivities. Also, the showcase the wise approach and planning of data center and the network operating center. As next phase, narrow down for server and implementation phase for Guinea to Sierra Leone and Guinea to Mali. In the trial in the trial phase, we implement currently the physical connection between Guinea to Sierra Leone and Guinea to Mali. Okay, the next step. I was saying that the number of Smart African countries is 13. The first study which has been done was related to 24 countries. So the next step gonna be. Hello?
All right. I think, Mr. Diaby, I think your connection, we may have lost it just a little bit. But I think we've gotten a sense of the flow, and my technical team will just try to reestablish that connection. But, okay, Mr.
Yes,
Diaby, I think
I'm
we've got you
online.
back to you. Sorry, your connection, I think, was
Sorry
jumping a
for
little, but we've got you back.
yeah. Sorry for that. I'm connecting from my mobile, so I received the call. I'm sorry for that. So is the next slide. Is the last slide. In fact, I was talking about the next step. I was saying that the initial feasibility study, which has been done, was related to the 24 countries, but currently there is 30 Smart African country. So 6 new countries has joined the alliance. The next step will be to do the feasibility study for those 6 remaining countries. And also, in the trial, for the trial phase, we did the connection between Guinea to Mali, Guinea to Sierra Leone. The next step will be to identify with the ICT minister of those some countries, the next countries to be connected. In fact, and as you know, when we connect countries, we have to talk about how this governance model should be done. So we have to define the governance models, such as business model, business plan, etc., and also the institutional architecture, and try to harmonize the regulatory frameworks. And at the end, the agreement with Smart Africa members for the construction, management, and operationalization of an intra-African fiber network with a financial and a technical partner. So it's the last slide, and thanks for your attention. And also, ADS, represented by Mr. Jalil, is on the bridge. I will switch to him in order to add also some points. Thank you for your attention.
I think thank you very much. Mr.
Hello,
Jalil, we'll give you just a
everyone.
couple of minutes because we're short of time, so please go ahead for just a few minutes.
Yes, I'm just gonna quickly just emphasize on two things. ADS, with the collaboration of a technical partner, TCTS, we have foreseen that it's important that Africa gets its independence in terms of traffic exchange and data exchange. So by engaging with Smart Africa and for the flagship of Guinea, which we thank Honorable Minister of ICT of Guinea, and Mr. Diaby, representing the minister in this project, we have undertaken to connect the first phase, the pilot phase, which is Guinea-Mali, Guinea-Sierra Leone. As Mr. Diaby said, it's important that now this becomes operational. And by making it operational, we foreseen like three main objectives: not only data protection, but African content will stay in Africa and will be distributed in African network, either through terrestrial interconnectivity between neighboring countries or through submarine countries. It is not good that today in the 21st century that a country in Africa is trying to talk to another neighboring country, that it has to go through Europe before it comes back. So again, this network will enable roaming between between African countries for data and voice at a very, very low cost. So this will enable our African users to a better mobility, to be able to home when they are abroad at a very low cost, and even to get to a point where it is a free global roaming capability in terms of voice and data. And all of this on African continent, and to be able to allow more African content. Thank you very much. This was Jalil Asuma from ADS Group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jalil, representing the ADS group, and also thank you, Osman, and also Mami, I think just touching on the digital infrastructure pillar. Now, we're going to, before we take any questions, we're going to tackle the digital business pillar, and giving us a presentation on that is Lembit Lu from the Estonian ICT cluster. Lembit, over to you.
Thank you. Dear moderator, honorable leadership of Smart Africa Organization and the ICT cluster, and all the participants in this seminar. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words from my side. As it was said, my name is Lembit Lu. I am a partner with ICT cluster, involved with different activities. In the past, I have worked for such global organizations like Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, and also been involved with organizations that are behind building up the e-governance services for Estonian public sector. And I also have a very special and dear connection to Africa, having traveled over the last 2 years, very many times to very many different countries, being twice at the Smart Africa Conference or Transform Africa Conference in Kigali, and promoting and discussing and extending the dialogue between the ICT cluster and its member companies with the Smart Africa Organization and with individual countries. So it's been a privilege to be part of that journey, and I'm looking forward to the continuation of that journey. Now, when we're talking about the business in digital society and kind of listening to this webinar already, there has been so much good content on the pillars, on the policies, on the principles, on the plans, and everything like this. And I thought to bring a bit of a change to the discussion. And in my experience with managing different companies and being a shareholder in different companies, every now and then I kind of like to challenge the team and say, how about let's take a look at it from the customer's view. Let's see what the people are really looking at it, and what we are doing, how is it really benefiting them. So if you allow me, I will actually do a brief overview of what running a business looks like in Estonia and could look like in the digital world. These are just some of the steps in the business life cycle. Starting and managing a business, how do you register a company, etc. Invoicing and banking. taxation, and communication with the different public sector organizations and utilizing the services. Litigation, if something goes bad, how easy it is for me to actually pursue legal action, and how fair is the justice system working, and how do I get the response, and how do I have the confidence in my investments and in my business operations. And also different business services, accounting services, HR services, and things like this. And also I will touch briefly about how this magical concept, or this wonderful concept that has been spoken about already quite a bit, e-residency, ties or comes into the picture and ties it all together for worldwide operations. So when you talk about starting and managing a business, the first thing that we need to do is we need to register a company. In Estonia and in some other countries, the business registry process has gotten to be actually quite fast and efficient. Here, it takes about 15 minutes to register the company. The process itself, technically, I can go through a website and register the company and fill all the necessary information, I would say in about 5 minutes. But company registration is a serious business. It needs attention to detail, and all the documents that are submitted and created during the process need thorough review. So I wouldn't recommend doing it in 5 minutes. And after the documents are submitted, actually the process goes through the court system, where the submitted information is reviewed and also registered officially. And that process usually can take half an hour to an hour. So within an hour for sure, I'm up and running and I can start actually operating and communicating with my customers, issuing invoices, etc., etc. And the same applies to when I need to make any changes to the registered information, or also when I need to submit the annual reports and verifying any business information. In fact, in Estonia, when I go to, for example, a mobile operator or telecommunications operator and I want to start a new mobile account for my company, I no longer have to bring a piece of paper from the business registry certifying what my company name is, that it's officially registered. In fact, the paper has no use because all this information is checked automatically online, and the most relevant information is being received on time. And the other part of it that's quite important is one part of it is having the business register and having this capability. The other part of it is actually having all the digital agreements between the shareholders of the companies for the registration process, making sure that all the shareholders can also approve the necessary changes. So we have developments like e-notary services that people can actually provide notarized signatures and notarized approvals without actually having to be physically present in the country or in the notary's office. There are obviously some caveats and there are obviously some details behind it, because those are serious matters, as I said. But basically it works this way, that the shareholders do not need to travel to Estonia for company registration purposes. Digital shareholder meetings. This is something that it's kind of an interesting topic that has been developing quite a bit, but especially in light of the crisis situation, has become much more relevant. So there are different changes and that have been taking place in the regulation and also in the procedures on how companies operate. Once again, there are some legal details, like it needs to be in the Articles of Association or the legal documents of the company allowing such process to take place legally. And also streamline shareholder transactions. If the shareholders want to buy or sell shares of the company, these are also being enhanced significantly through using digital agreements between the parties. When we talk about invoicing and banking, critical part is that you can have digital agreements between different parties, digital contracts. Electronic signature equals handwritten signature. So that means that across EU, I can sign any document, any legal document with another party and provide electronic signature. Significant savings in time for having to send, a simple thing like sending documents back and forward. or in some cases, having to travel back and forth. You can do an electronic signature, you can send it an email, and you're done with the contract. Key differentiator. Most companies are using electronic billing, either directly from their own accounting software or using e-billing service providers. So once again, significantly improving the speed of process and the speed of operating your business. And as a key thing with e-billing, with the government, you can only use e-invoicing since the 1st of July last year. So government is not accepting any paper invoices anymore. When we talk about banking, 99% of all the banking transactions are online. As a new thing, remote identification when opening a bank account. The banks are using advanced technologies now, where you can start a bank or open a bank account without having to physically go into the bank office. That you're identified by your digital ID, that by your facial recognition, some other technologies, but it is possible. And obviously 24/7 online banking services. So putting those first two together is that you can do all the activities regarding registration of the company, and also all the invoicing and banking 24/7 and using only online services. It already kind of exemplifies how the business operation or operating the business has changed, how much less time is needed for administrative or bureaucratic activities. When we talk about communication with the government, with the taxation and the public sector services, all communication with public sector services is available online. Of course, I do have an opportunity if I want to walk into the tax agency office or any other agency and to still have the conversation, or pick up the phone and have the conversation. But I do have opportunity to do all the communication online. There are few brief exceptions on what transactions cannot be done online, but this is really from the legislative standpoint, buying, selling property and things like this, where additional verification by a person is needed. Also, taxation example is that in Estonia, 98% of the personal tax declarations are filed online. This is something that everybody has gotten really accustomed to, and I think in one of the presentations yesterday, it was discussed that the people have gotten into the habit of actually declaring the taxes during the first day or first couple days when the service becomes available. And the reason being is that if a person has some tax revenue coming back, that is usually transferred back within a few days into their bank account. Of course, given that the tax declaration is not going under audit and other details, but for the most people, once they declare the taxes and they have money coming back, they'll see that money on their account in 1 or 2 days after declaring the taxes. So that's from the personal side. From the business side, it's actually similarly streamlined. The declaration of enterprise income tax, social tax, unemployment insurance, contribution to pension fund, and the other activities are done fully online. Additionally, e-financials. This is actually a service that the government provides to the businesses and the business owners. It is a web-based accounting software provided by Center of Registers and Information Systems that small and mid-sized businesses can use. The first year is free, and then depending on the business size, it's actually at very fair prices. So this is something that is available as a service to the businesses. One interesting topic of communication with the government and paying taxes and how streamlined it is, and I've actually identified it with a different color over here, is in 2014, there was a new legislation that all the companies needed to declare all invoices that they had either issued or received that were over 1,000 euros. And the goal really was to reduce gray economy and get this working. And the results have been actually quite significant. that the increase in VAT collections, and what was even more interesting was that the added value that the companies saw to their business increased significantly as well. It was initially thought that maybe the major impact is only in year 2015, but the statistics show that it has continued actually over the years. And part of the reason why it was possible, why it was so, it was possible to implement it, was actually quite advanced systems that the companies were using, and the capability of providing that information easily to the tax agency on a monthly basis. And also activities such as employee registration and life cycle management. As we're kind of short in time, I'm going to fly through some of the slides here. When we talk about litigation, that's actually when something does go wrong, how secure can I be and how fast is the process. All the civil cases can be submitted online. So I can actually sit down over here, not really pick out my phone, but I could do it on the phone as well, but submitting documents and everything like this, I can open a computer and I can start the civil process against another company or another person online. All communication in the process goes through a public portal. Case submission and tracking of the case status, document submission, document delivery throughout the process, calendar and notification delivery, when is there a hearing scheduled, when there is some documentation due, when there is a response due, everything like this. And also judgment delivery once it's rendered. And also the systems are integrated with population, business, real estate, tax and other registries. So every information coming from those systems or any pertinent information comes directly from those systems that can be utilized for the processing the case. And also business services. So having those services available or having the business operating online has also it's a good opportunity for different companies to provide services like company registration, virtual company for invoicing with the customers, banking services, accounting services, and HR management services. And this becomes especially relevant when we talk about the next topic, which is the e-residency, and reporting and compliance, obviously. Now, when we talk about e-residency, this is a concept now that having some of the successes and having some of the experience of providing those services online to the citizens and residents, Estonian government made a decision to make those services available worldwide. So anybody around the world can actually apply for the e-residency. And after approval process by the tax board, the police, and some other background checks and everything like this, once the approval is rendered, they can pick up their e-residency card from the consulate or embassy of Estonia or come to Estonia and pick it up. So it is a government-issued digital identity and status that is available globally. Currently, there are which provides access to all the described services that I discussed previously. So it actually is really opening up the world, or opening up the Estonian public sector services to the world. Currently, there are people from over 160 countries that are e-residents. 66,000 plus e-residents are to date. There are 10,000 companies that have been actually registered by those e-residents. So significant impact on the business environment in Estonia. And 31 million euros of taxes have been paid by the e-residents. With those numbers, obviously keep in mind that Estonia is a tiny, tiny country. So the comparisons need to be adjusted reflectively. And also a marketplace of the service providers. So many of the services that are discussed in the previous slide are available to the e-residents and e-resident companies worldwide. And now I'm kind of coming back. This is the end result, or this is kind of one of the goals that the business owner or the business or anybody who's interested in doing business in Estonia or EU can benefit from having efficient services and having efficient Digital Business Foundation. And this slide is once again a bit of a reminder of things that I'm sure that have been already been discussed here. What are the foundations for providing digital business or digital e-governance in broader perspective? The once only principle, that the information is stored in one place only, and any other party that needs that information gets it from that particular registry. The tax information is only in tax registry. Personal information is only in population registry. Real estate information is only in the real estate registry. Health information, health systems, etc., etc. It is crucial that all of those systems, all of the registries interoperate with each other, and there is a channel for secure data exchange between the systems and organizations. Secure authentication, capability of logging in, identifying who I am, and also providing a digital signature or approving documents. Transparency, that all the services and how they are provided, that happens in a transparent and trustable manner. Accountability, who's accountable, who's responsible for what services, who's responsible that they're working properly, and who's responsible if anything happens to go wrong. And also secure by design and standardized framework, which is the more technical foundation of how the systems are built up and how they are rolled out. And the other part of it is once we have the foundation in place, it's really the approach on what steps do we make for the success. The first side, obviously policy, legal environment, once only principle, digital security agreement, interoperability. Mr. Sickert said very nicely that the policy, its principles and the plan for setting them in action. The next part, organizational change. Once we have the policy in place, we know where we want to go, we have a plan how to get there. How do we get our organizations there? What is the organizational strategy? What is the capacity? Or what do we need to do for capacity building for the change management? How do we re-engineer the processes and how do we digitalize? And this step is really for where the key benefits come out and the key differentiators come out. And the third part is how do we manage the change management in this process? What is the right technology? How do we implement it? How do we gather the information? How do we mentor our people? How do we train and share knowledge with the users? How do we learn from the retrospectives and continuous learning? And I flew through this a little bit. I thank you for this opportunity once again, and let's succeed together.
So much, Lembit, for that. And you're right. Look, let's succeed together. I like how you've put it, and I think the presentation is very engaging in terms of the sort of services that have gone online, because they're not only saving time, but they're saving money, creating efficiencies, and encouraging industries to invest in Estonia. I think that's brilliant in terms of the services themselves. Now, we've got time for a couple of questions, and on the first one, I'm going to throw it back to the floor. So I'm going to give, I hope I say this name correctly, Levercode, Riho Kruv, from Estonia, an opportunity to ask the first question. Levercode, over to you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Greetings from Tallinn, Estonia. I'm head of strategic relations for the company Levercode, and we are partners for ITL. We are also members of the e-governance cluster, and we focus on low data and process risk and reliable data systems. And in terms of e-governance ecosystem, we deal with digital identities, data exchange layers, and registries. But since I'm taking the floor first time, I'd like to congratulate both the organizers, Smart Africa and ITL, on this very interesting and successful seminar. And from company perspective, I think we have really found a very valuable and capable partner for in African continent. And we certainly hope and believe that this cooperation will grow over time and will bring great results for all of us. I was very impressed to see how active Smart Africa has been in bringing African countries together, and a very impressive list of cross-border cooperation projects that you had. And maybe I have a few questions to maybe Mr. Osman and other presenters regarding these projects. First of all, I assume, but just to be sure, that we get more information about these projects at the website of Smart Africa. If it's so, it would be good to get confirmation. And also, are these initiatives still open to private companies for jumping on the board? I noticed that some projects already have international sponsors, or like Data and ADS and other companies. But is there any opportunities also for latecomers, or let's say EU or Estonian companies? And how we can actually learn more about your initiatives? Because it seems like if you manage to complete these projects, you will be in many ways much more successful than European Union itself. So thank you very much, and hope to get your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Livercoat. Osman, over to you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think that is very interesting. In terms of latecomers, you are not late. So if you look at the structure of the alliance, we have the member states and we have the private sector. So which means that what we can do is to link up with you and make sure that you actually join the Smart Africa Alliance within the private sector category. So it's possible the opportunities are there. We can always work with you to see how best we can transform Africa into a single digital market. So Gary Kai will take his details and make sure that at least he actually joins. In terms of the various flagships, if you go to our website, you will see most of the projects and the flagships that we have actually done, and you can always get more information at our website as well. Nonetheless, we can also take your details, and some of these projects we can discuss further with you.
All right. Thank you so much for that response, Osman. And I think we'll also, off air, make these details available. Now, I'm just going to go over to the studio. So Doris, I think, has a question to ask. Doris, over to you.
Hello, everybody. It's so great to see you again today here. And regarding this session, I heard so much new and very interesting information about all the initiatives what you are doing there in African countries. So for me, it was very, very interesting. But I have one a very practical question to all panelists. And as we speak here about the infrastructure and about the digital business, then this kind of very concrete question is, our main participants are from the public sector side. So why the public sector participants should be interested about the good infrastructure, about the services for the businesses, what kind of benefits they get from it? What is there for them, for the public sector? So to all participants.
Thank you so much for that, Doris. I think we can start with Limbit. You can give your response first, and then we can pivot to Osman, Mami, and Jalil. Limbit, over to you.
Thank you. Well, the first and significant benefit, obviously, is the easier it is to conduct the business, and the more streamlined the business operations are. It has an immediate impact on GDP, and then growing companies, and then having a vibrant economy. That means also vibrant employment in the country, growth in the country, additional wealth in the country, and many benefits that come from that. But also, it's important from the standpoint that many countries are looking at the World Bank's ease of doing business report. So we can actually, we have one of the success stories that we love to talk about is that once Oman actually implemented the new business registry solution that enabled similar streamlined benefits that I discussed over here. Very quick business registration, very quick changes to the registry information, things like this. They actually rose 127 places in the ease of doing business report. And this is a really competitive change, because many companies, many organizations deciding on their investments, deciding on the support to the country, deciding on the partnerships with the countries, look at this report as a baseline for many of the decisions. And also, as I said, the businesses are looking at how secure it is to invest into this country, how easy it is to do business, how much success can I hope for when I start investing into the country. So.
I'll give Jalil, do you want to tackle this one? Just a couple of minutes. Jalil, would you like to tackle this one?
Yes. Okay, so when you talk about public sector, for example, I want to take you to one of the benefits of having interconnectivity. For example, we're talking about security, right? Information security and overall security on the African continent. By having activity between African countries and harmonization and standardization of systems, for example, it will facilitate information exchange and information reliability. If I take an example, a criminal, for example, in one country that does that commit a crime in another one, today there is no collaboration or exchange of data between African continent between African countries. It is difficult to follow up on this criminal activity, talk about cyber security, etc. So by having that intra-African activity, that one African network and standardization of systems, it will facilitate information exchange between agencies in charge of fighting cyber criminality or some other criminal agencies. So this application will apply. Public sector should benefit and should be about this intra-African. If I give one example of things that could happen, it could happen in finance. You can see today, because of a currency exchange, currency in African countries, and the lack of integration between them, use more difficulty in the African continent for Africans when they travel, move around. So our main objective is that it make a living experience for Africans by having that interconnectivity. This is just an example.
Thank you so much for that example, Jalil. I think it's a very practical example. Mami Diaby, I'll give you just a minute to be able to tackle that particular question in terms of that relationship, public-private sector around infrastructure.
I think the first, intervenant has globally mentioned, in fact, the benefit of this kind of project for the public sectors. So I think the project beneficiaries is citizen, government, and also the private sector. I would like to say is a PPPP, 4P, public, private, partnership, and people. So as mentioned by Jalil, for example, this interconnectivities project, as was mentioned during the presentation, this will help, African countries to, for all domestic traffic to stay boundary Africa. To me, the government or the public sector has to be evolved. For example, just to in terms of policies and harmonizing harmonizing the regulations, etc., we need a public sector for that. We need a government for that. As you know, each country has its own, for example, national backbone, and has its own law or regulatory. But this regulation also we have, how to say, the sub-regional, if I can say it like that, regulation also. I was talking about the ECOWAS for West Africa. So we should have one African harmonization regulatory in order to reach this goal, which is to make, to transform Africa into a single digital market.
Thank you so much, Mami. Really appreciate that. Now, Osman, you can have the last word on this before we close the session. So please give us your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Garika. And sorry about that. I think I got disconnected a while ago. In terms of the public sector benefits, and we noticed that the running of every nation or sovereign nation lies with the government. So, which means that as much as possible, government is looking out for to improve on the lives of the people. So, what it means is that those initiatives that we are actually taking, more or less, is aimed at improving the lives of the people. We can start with e-government. I think that a lot of experience have been shared by Estonia regarding the various initiatives that they have done. So, which means that if e-education, if there's improvement in e-education, improvement in e-health, and all the various sector of the government, I think that will go a long way to help the citizens of each nation.
Thank you for that, Osman. And gentlemen, thank you so much for incredible presentations, insightful, exciting, and also thank you to the audience for being engaging. Unfortunately, we couldn't take all the questions that we had, but we can take a lot of these questions off-site. So as we come to the end of this presentation on the digital infrastructure and digital business pillars, we're going to be moving into our next session, where we're going to first see a video by Estonia. And then after that, we're going to be moving into our innovation and entrepreneurship section. So thank you for listening and looking forward to the next session. Thank you.
Next, we look at the State Border Administration. As Michael's companies deal with timber exports, he often needs to cross the state border. If he just drives to the border and waits in the queue, it would take a long time. Fortunately, he can use the queue management system to provide the necessary documents and reserve a time for crossing the border in advance. After he enters the system, he must choose the border crossing point, followed by the queue type. Priority queue is for perishable and dangerous goods, and live queue is without the specified time for crossing the border. As Michael knows the exact time he will be crossing the border, he chooses the pre-reserved queue. After selecting a time for crossing the border, he enters his ID number, name, travel document number, vehicle registration number, and vehicle type. In his case, truck with goods. After verifying the data, the information is automatically available to the Border Patrol and Customs officials. As the final step in the registration, Michael makes a payment to cover the border crossing fee. Let's switch hats and look at the system from the border official's side. He can see information about all cars, trucks, and buses coming to the border in advance. And as we can see, Michael's registration is at the bottom of the list. There is a clipboard icon next to Michael's registration, which means that he has been automatically and randomly selected to go through an in-depth customs check. There are other notifications in the list. A green mark next to the name means that the data comes directly from the population registry, and a red warning means that the person has a criminal record. In one case, we see a notification flag by the ID number. When clicking on detail, the official can see that this person has a history of human trafficking. Armed with this kind of advanced knowledge, the Border Patrol and Customs officials can prepare and schedule the workload for the smooth passage of vehicles across the border. Continuing with our presentation, we now look at e-justice solutions. In this scenario, Michael has a conflict with a business partner, and he has decided to go to court against them. To enter the claim, Michael enters the commercial court solution from the Citizen portal. He's given a choice whether to enter the claim on behalf of himself as a person or as a company representative. He chooses the latter. To get the claim started, he chooses International Timber Limited as the claimant and selects Defendant Advance Exports from the list of companies retrieved directly from the business registry. Next, he is presented with the choice of case types. He selects Contract Violation and for the claim summary, Delinquent Payments. He chooses to add a proof of claim document to the case to complete the claim info, and now he is once again required to pay a state fee. After entering the credit card information, the card number, expiry date, and security code, and submitting the payment, the claim is now entered into the e-justice system. To see where the claim goes next, we need to log into the system as a court clerk. For the purposes of the demonstration, the login process is simplified. In real life, the clerk would use their ID number-based authentication method. Once logged in, the clerk can see the new claim in the dashboard, with the status pending, and upon opening it, the detailed claim information is displayed. To register the case, the clerk starts by selecting a judge. When selecting the judge, she notices that there are red notifications next to the names of some of the judges, which means that they're not best suited for this particular case, based on the workload of the judge, expertise, or a potential conflict of interest. As Justice Bert Alfred does not have any conflicts, she goes forward with him as the judge for the case. After registering the case, the clerk continues with scheduling a hearing. She starts by selecting a suitable date and time from the calendar. As we can see, the calendar is synchronized with the judge's calendar. To choose participants in the hearing, the list of shareholders of both companies is directly retrieved from the business registry. She selects all of them, Michael Williams as the claimant, and Anthony Jones and Stephen Ellison representing the defendant. Now that the hearing is registered, notifications are automatically sent to all participants. Moving forward in time, the judge now logs into the system during the hearing. Upon opening the case, now with the status of pre-trial, he can enter the judgment information by selecting the judgment type, in this case, consent judgment. He can also upload any case-related documents. After choosing Fine for Defendant as a sanction and entering fine of 10,000 euros as the judgment summary, he completes the hearing and effectively the case. As we can see, the process is fully automated, and all steps other than the hearing can be handled without the claimant or the defendant ever having to physically come to the courthouse. As a matter of fact, if both parties provide adequate documentation and the case is clear, the judge can render the judgment without the physical hearing. Continuing the demonstration, we now look at real estate transactions. In the real estate section of the Citizen portal, we can see that Michael already owns one property in Kenya. As he is interested in buying another property, he enters the land registry. After verifying his identity, he can look at his properties or start a search for a property. Upon selecting the property he is interested in from the search results, he is provided with detailed information, such as ownership information, map view of the location, and a street view of the property and surrounding area. In another view, he can look at tax zone information. Once he decides that he is interested in the property and has negotiated the purchase with the current owner, Stephen Ellison, they can complete the transaction in the land registry. Once Stephen Ellison logs into the system and selects the property from the list of his properties, he can start the change ownership process. As they have agreed that the payment for the property is already deposited in an escrow account, he can complete all the steps from his side, and Michael will complete the transaction. He starts the process by selecting Michael Williams as the new owner. Next, he needs to pay the state tax for the transaction, after which he can sign the sales contract. We can see from the status of the transaction that to achieve the completion, Michael needs to sign the contract as well. When Michael logs into the system, he sees a notification of a new transaction. Once he opens the transaction, he can verify that the taxes have been paid and the contract is already signed by Stephen Ellison. After signing the contract, the transaction is completed and he is now the proud owner of the property. The land registry can also be used to manage tax payments for existing properties. We follow the steps of a multiple property owner, Adam Smith, to see the property tax management process. Upon entering the payments section of the registry, Adam can see the payments due and settle the payments directly in the system. He can also view the statistical and historical tax information for his properties. As we have gone through the many different interactions that a person can have with the state, let's look at what it looks like from the other side. Throughout the demonstration, there have been different fee and tax payments made in the system. All those payments accrue to the state budget management system. The budget management system is a small banking system hosted by the Budget Authority, where the government and public sector institutions act as customers. The system's main objective is to administer and supervise government and public sector spending. In the budget management system, a state official can see various information on the status of budget accrual for the state, such as the budgeted amount, payments received to date, and the comparison of budget accrual versus the plan. Diving deeper into the payments received, the official can see the payments for the border crossing, state fees for the court procedures, and land registry operations already visible in the system. Throughout the demonstration, we have also seen that information is actively exchanged between different systems and registries. For example, the information about persons, their family, medical data, property, and court case-related information. To facilitate the fast and secure exchange of data between systems, a dynamic interoperability platform is used. In Estonia, this system is called X-Road. The same system is available to all countries around the world as the Unified Exchange Platform. Let's look at the visualization of the data moving between the systems. After refreshing the data, we see the latest transactions. On the left, we can see that the information has been exchanged between different services, such as for persons, students, companies, and other services. The services are within different service providers, which in turn are under the jurisdiction of different ministries and organizations. For example, the Person Registry, Business Registry, and Citizen Portal are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The e-school system is under the Ministry of Education. Hospital information systems are managed by hospitals, and so on. Below, we can see a visualization of the different services and systems that are exchanging data, starting with the Citizen Portal receiving information about marriages, students, owners of properties, company ownership, schools, and persons. We can also see information from different connected systems. This presentation has been brought to you by the ICT Cluster in cooperation with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you and welcome back from the break. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. All right. So we're jumping into the next session where we're going to be talking about the innovation-led entrepreneurship pillar. So this session we'll be looking at the pillars of innovation-led entrepreneurship and digital skills and the values that are around that. So now Smart Africa's member state, Tunisia, is leading the Startups and Innovation Ecosystems flagship, and we are working towards getting the principles of that Startup and Innovation Ecosystems flagship running through across many countries in Africa. So how we're going to do this session is we've got a couple of presentations that we'll have. Then after those couple of presentations, we're going to be taking some questions. So without further ado, and jumping straight into it, please allow me to introduce my colleague and the person in charge of our startups agenda at Smart Africa, Ms. Haneb Azad. And we'll also be introducing from Tunisia to give us the Tunisian experience, Madame Rim Jarou, CEO of Smart Tunisia. So, Hannah, over to you.
Thank Thank you very much, Garikai. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to participate webinar to share what we've been doing with Smart Africa in terms of supporting and ICT systems. I'd like to start with the presentation, if possible. Fantastic. I see the presentation. Okay. So let me start by saying how important topic Smart Africa. I think you see from the presentation, and I don't have it on my screen, so I believe you have it. The agenda for this presentation. So the first aspect that I want to tackle before I hand over to my colleague from the Tunisian government, Rim Jarou, is the momentum of startups and ICT ecosystems. Now I see it. Fantastic. So back in 2019, Smart Africa has conducted a survey to its member states to identify priorities of work. And the results were very clear to all the member countries of the Smart Africa Alliance. Startups and ICT ecosystems came first. And in terms of developing the African startup ecosystem, the scope was discussed to harmonize the legal frameworks for startups and support the startup industry in Africa. And so from there, we derived that Smart Africa's role was to act as a catalyzer for the socio-economic development by supporting startups and ICT ecosystems and mobilize states in response to what startups are doing already to create the best possible conditions for them to thrive through startup acts or small business acts. And the Smart Africa work has been to basically map the ecosystem and understand what the countries were doing already. So here you can see a little map of the continent with countries that have either enacted a startup act already. So we're talking about Tunisia, who was the first, but also Senegal and Mali and other countries that you see in orange with strides. For which a startup act is in progress. But then you also have the approach of creating small business acts. And basically this is an approach that has been taken by South Africa, but also other big ecosystems like Egypt or Morocco that are in the process of enacting a small business act. So a couple of things I want to add before handing it over to Rim is that the work of the Smart Africa Blueprint on Startups and ICT Ecosystems began in 2019 with a cross-section of governments, private sectors, regulators, and international organizations rallying across this common purpose of seizing the momentum for startups in Africa. And to date, it's very clear that there are still many factors that hinder the progress of startups and ICT ecosystems in Africa. And what we're hoping to do with this blueprint that has been finalized, that Rim is going to present in details, is actually to disseminate the blueprint and make sure that all countries in the continent, at least for our alliance, have pursued the dynamic towards a startup act or a small business act. So I'll hand it over to you, Rim, and then I'll jump back right after you present the blueprint to explain a bit more what we've been doing since May with this blueprint.
Thank you, Hannah. So are you hearing me very well?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you. I'll start by presenting the methodology of building up this blueprint. It was, let's say, four steps, but it was also an inclusive, as Hannah said, an inclusive methodology, just to have an ego of everyone's view for this blueprint. So there was 4 phases. The first one delimiting the scope of this blueprint, what we want to do with it. Then the evaluation of ecosystems in Africa, where we are, what should be done, and how we can move forward, benchmarking with countries that are already in this path, that are Africans or not. So there will be African countries from the alliance and some benchmark countries like, for example, China or Estonia. The next one will be the building and the development of the blueprint for ICT, for innovative startups and ICT innovation in Africa. So I go through all these points in more details. So these are, as I said, these are the benchmarks we've made in 8 countries. Some of them are one of the leading countries, China, Estonia, and Israel, and some are advanced within the continent, the alliance members. So the benchmark was built on some pillars that we and the secretary, we as a team group consider it as very important to work on. The first one is the vision and statement. ICT, developing ICT startups and innovation ecosystem should be one of the political and strategy priorities of the country. Policy and business environment, very important, incentivizing, having the right tools to encourage ICT startups. Then capital financing, it's the nerve of everything. The support ecosystem and the support organisms from the private and the public, side of the thing. Talent, digital skills, let's say training, vocational training and R&D are very, very important, and countries that succeeded have a clear vision on that or have invested in this. Then infrastructure, having connectivity, having everyone included and having access to such services or to such tools to develop their own businesses. Market opportunities, public, private, but also international, having access to international market for these innovative startups. And the digital culture. This is something, the usage and the usage of digital tools as means in the usage of digital tools in business and so on. So these are the main pillars and the main countries we've built this benchmark on. Next, it will be let's say the key lessons learned from this benchmark. The first one, as I said, having a national, clear, ambitious vision and the political will to promote, to support and encourage the development of these ecosystems. The second one, the incentivize the framework, legal investment framework, the incentives framework that will encourage all these people to go ahead and to create their startups and to develop these ecosystems. The next one is the public investment tool. It's speaking about the Tunisian case, it was in terms of investment and incentives, it was the state first, and then the private sector came in to just to follow the lead. The first investment, the lead investment was from the public side, and then it will, let's say, credibilize that thing. The private sector will follow. Then the ecosystem, the support ecosystem, incubators, tech parks, and so on, accelerators. So this is very important to to accompany the development of these ecosystems. Education and digital skills, very important. Attracting international companies. This is the international openness and bringing, let's say, international investment in terms of know-how and in terms of financement. It could be connectivity, mobile or hardware connectivity for everyone, or connectivity infrastructure. It's very important for the inclusiveness and the access to this kind in terms of building the market, and then having access to these tools to build also the business. And the last one is the market opportunities for startups from the private, the public, and the international market for these structures. So these are the key learnings from the benchmarks we've conducted as a working group on ICT startups and innovation ecosystems in Africa. The next one will be the let's say the blueprint itself, and what we can call the orientations and the recommendations of the blueprint. So first, impulse the change, having the right vision, having a clear right strategy, a clear vision on what we need to build on, and we need to succeed and to strengthen the ecosystem actors. The second one, connectivity and infrastructure, broadband access, development of data centers, develop e-government, build a Pan-African ICT market. These will expand the market opportunities for these startups and innovative SMEs, that if we can say that like that. Then the nurturing environment for startups. Nurturing environment meaning promoting innovations, living labs, incubators, accelerators, enabling regulatory framework and labels. This was the case for us in Tunisia. Finance and next generation startups is I missed the skills, teaching digital, using digital, promoting technology, math and science, education, digital literacy, and improving R&D. These are some of the recommendations we are preconizing in this pillar. Finance, attracting investors, VCs, developing cooperations between the countries, creating portal of porters. For the case of Tunisia, there was a fund of fund, boosting early stage financial seed and pre-seed stages. And the last one, and one of the most important ones, creating the market. Creating the market at a Pan-African level for these startups, enabling the development of African unicorns, opportunities, taking the opportunities offered by the fourth industrial revolution, and so on. So this is very, let's say, very quickly and from a global overview. From a higher global overview, the recommendations and the orientations of the blueprint. I will be happy with Hannah to answer you on in more details on these different orientations. The other, let's say, very important part of this blueprint is following up. having this index to measure to what extent we are advanced in the implementation of this blueprint and how we succeeded in the country level or in the alliances, on the alliances level, to develop this ecosystem following this blueprint. So we have this proposal for the index, and following the orientations we've preconized, meaning the political will, having a national strategy, the level of the implementation of this strategy, international champions, the legal environment, the incentivizing environment, skills and R&D, presence of ICT from the very first stages of education, professionals, ICT training, partnerships, and so on, finance, VCs, alternative financing in terms of number and amounts, facilitating access to government tenders and access to the markets. And then we have innovation and incubators, hubs, infrastructure, access, key achievements, very important, and security and confidence. So these are the main, let's say, components, the main components of this index we are proposing, just to follow up to what extent we are advanced in the implementation of this blueprint, and then in succeeding at a national or at a Pan-African level in developing these ICT startups and innovation ecosystems. So this is what we have regarding that. The floor is yours, Hannah.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to chip in to complement aspects of what Rim presented in terms of methodology before she shares the very experience of the Tunisian Startup Act. So basically, as you've seen, there's been a thorough building of a methodological approach to take the best practices. And from there, what we derived, we as the Smart Africa Secretariat, is an approach to countries to set up one-on-one workshops with them to assess their advancement against those 27 recommendations. I know it's been perhaps a bit hard to read, but there are 6 main pillars and 27 recommendations that Rim shared with you. And we created those workshops. So we've been doing this with all members of the Alliance. And from there, we also derived their needs for support. And we also derived the needs for ecosystem mapping. So by the end of the month, we should be releasing the ecosystem mappings that have been done for 16 countries out of the 30 member countries of the Alliance, which should enable a lot of advancement in terms of attracting VCs, international VCs or international companies, or making sure that the ecosystem that are in place now receive more support and more funding. So I wanted to just clarify the approach of Smart Africa. In addition to this work that we do with member countries, we also have a working group with private member sectors, with obviously representatives of the governments that have been very interested in attending. We also have startups and ecosystem players like AfriLabs or AfroPolicy, main actors that are building up and structuring the African ecosystems. And we're working hands in hand, and we've identified 5 work streams. So those 5 work streams are intellectual property for startups, their finance, their women in tech, their standardization, and their building a Pan-African market for ICT. So what the working group is doing is, based on this blueprint, getting even more advanced in terms of suggesting initiatives that we can bring to our member states and discuss. And right now we're in this phase of mobilizing resources for each initiative. We have the creation of a Pan-African platform for intellectual property for startups. We have a discussion around the fund of funds based on the Tunisian example. We have mentorship for women in tech. We have the creation of wallet-to-wallet standards in terms of standardization. We have setting up networks like the Maghreb Startup Network to generalize and to scale up to the continent in terms of building a Pan-African market for ICT. So at this point, this blueprint serves us as the reference, the backbone for the strategy, and we're very happy to see an alignment and a strong willingness of our member countries to move forward. Thank you, and over to you, Rim, now.
Thank you, Hannah. So, I don't know. Can we? Okay. So we're moving to the Tunisian Startup Act. Let's say experience. What I have to say here before moving to the Startup Act. It's we started by building a strategy called Startup Tunisia, which is based on 4 pillars. The first one is the legal framework and the incentives framework called the Startup Act. The second one is finance, and in this case there is the mechanism of the fund of funds we are working on today. The third one, as mentioned before, is skills, training skills and digital skills. And the fourth one is the market, international market and market opportunities. So these are the 4 main pillars we've been working on of the Startup Tunisia strategy, and we've been working on as Tunisians as a whole, let's say, because we will see this through the presentation. It was a very let's say a very inclusive path and experience. So these are the, let's say, the main results where arrived to as ecosystem here in Tunisia. We do have. These are the April figures, but today there are 280 labelized startups. And then we do have here example of successful startups. For example, for the Next Protein startup, which is an agri-tech, they have their 10 million euros fundraising in the few last days. So these are the main successes in the Tunisian ecosystems pulled by the Startup Act and the Startup Tunisia strategy. And then here are the main measures. There was. So just to give a few words on the Startup Act. The Startup Act is an incentives framework, and you can get access to these incentives by having the label. And these incentives are 3 categories of incentives. The first one is tax reliefs, social security charges reliefs taken by the government, patents taken in charge, the patents, the startup leave for everyone who's having already their works, and then investment, let's say incentives for VCs and for investors, like guaranteeing the investment for these investors. So these are the main, let's say, incentives we've had within this the Startup Act. And so far, we've had the grants, the patents that are taken in charge, the social charge expenses, and the tax reliefs. One of the most important achievements also is what we call the Startup Act platform. Since in Tunisia, applying for the label and applying and having the label and applying for these incentives, having these incentives is a fully digitalized process. So you as a startup, you can apply for the label, have the label and have the incentives online with no, let's say, contact or moving to the Tunisian administration to have all these incentives. So one of the key elements of the Startup Act is the startup platform that is already implemented and working. And it was very important for young people in remote parts of Tunisia to be able to access to these incentives and to be part of this dynamic, being where they are. Yes. So let's say this slide let's say sums up the process or the journey we've been through. As Tunisians to get to this stage of the Startup Act and Startup Tunisia. So the kickoff was in February 2016, bringing all the relevant stakeholders, actors of the ecosystem, public, private, civil society, donors. All these people were around one table, and the objective was to give a proposal for the first one is to identify the major obstacles, the major issues the startups are facing, and then proposing mechanisms and proposals to get through these issues and these obstacles. So it was a proposal made in December 2017, and in April 2018 there was the law voted, the Startup Act that was voted in the parliament with the 20 revolutionary measures, let's say, from a Tunisian perspective, to just give a push to develop the startups ecosystem here in Tunisia. And what is also very important to say is that for the first time, this framework is not only meant for Tunisian nationals. It's for startups that are developing their major part of their activities from Tunisia. So we do have French labelized startups, Egyptian, Senegalese, Algerian labelized startups that are benefiting today from this framework. And then the official launch in April 2019, with the first labelized startups, and the launch of this famous next. Yes. Next, this is what I've been talking about, let's say, the key success factors or the key elements that allowed us to go through this journey and to have these results and successes so far. So the first one is the political sponsorship from the president of government, our ministry. So everyone was involved, and it was one of the top priorities, one of the 3 top priorities, to have this framework to unleash the potential of the creation and development of startups and ICT and innovation ecosystem. The commitment of all, let's say, stakeholders from the startups ecosystem, startups associations, the Tunisian private sector, incubators, investors, all these people were involved in this journey, and were, let's say, our our sponsors and our speakers and our relays as a team or as a task force working in this on this Tunisian Startup Act. And the operational lead, we had this task force from the this task force where all the ecosystem components were represented and their voice was heard. So these are these key elements that made us advance. So this is it, I think.
Thank you so much, Rim and Hannah, for the great presentation. I think insightful and great progress that's being made. While we're still within the same session talking about our innovation-led entrepreneurship pillar, we're going to go back to the studio for a presentation from the Tallinn Technical University, TalTech, on the Estonian experience. And this presentation will be given by Ingrid Papel. Ingrid, over to you.
Good day to everyone. My name is Ingrid and I am associate professor in the field of e-governance and digital transformation. So digital skills, this is something I have been doing already for past 10-20 years, I could say. Actually, if we talk about university itself, TalTech, when, as you see from that slide, we are really close to our Innovation and Business Center Mektori. Most of startups are also situated in our campus. And of course, we have also a library as students, we still need to read, and many academic papers and books are still on paper. It's not only in digital environment. So main things are in place in order to understand how to raise digital skills and what does that mean. Talking about our university, when actually our university is known for its new and digital technologies, and also our curricula are regularly updated to meet the needs of the labor market, and strong private sector practitioners are also involved in our everyday teaching and education. So if we talk about learning environment, this is also constantly evolving. Several laboratories have been renovated and more teaching is done using different digital channels. So we are moving very strongly ahead to digital teaching itself, and many programs are already offering most of the courses only online based learning approaches, using online-based learning approaches. And when we talk about this spring, actually, this COVID situation that forced us to digitalize everything. So, but of course, it wasn't only Estonia, it was everywhere, but TalTech was, how to say, very well prepared to do that, because we already had all this platform and we managed that quite well. So talking about digital skills, yeah, I can emphasize that digital transformation has very strong emphasis in our university, and we are using a lot of problem-based learning, meaning that we are involving different sectors, not just public sector, but also private sector a lot in our everyday teaching. And we are trying to use different learning methods as well. Nowadays, it's not anymore like academic lectures. This is not something we can do today, because we need to combine all the time with different workshops, with different practical assignments, which we need to give to our students. And if we want to educate future leaders of digital innovation, it's understandable that industry and public sector has to be a part of our everyday teaching activities. So yes, what I also want to emphasize when, there is no something like Tunisian or Estonian or English science. If we talk about science, when it's international one, there are no borders, there are no exact or how to say typical syntax which we use. We need to understand each other. So in that sense, our staff is very international one, and if we talk about students, when we have approximately 20% of foreign students among of all together we have approximately 15,000, so not so big but also not too, so small university. And if we talk about our professors and lecturers, when we can also say that approximately 20% comes abroad. They are not Estonian. So international spirit is really, really strongly involved. We do real things. And that are created from scratch on the spot, like Iseauto, the first self-driving car in Estonia, smart road cover or smart elevator as well. TalTech is also becoming a modern digital campus that offers wide opportunities for smart city development and is a testing ground for Estonian companies to test their different solutions. And this is not it. As you see, there are like different branches of science which we are dealing with. However, coming back to digital skills and digital transformation, when we are emphasizing that we are educating future leaders and experts of digital transformation in our society and organizations. And what does that mean? This is something actually what I am doing every day. My everyday life is related mostly to a master's programs called e-governance technologies and services. And I am part of the IT faculty, and in our faculty actually there are many different bachelor and master's level programs which are aimed to educate or teach in digital transformation with different branches. We have different cybersecurity programs, we have digital healthcare programs, and also with e-governance technologies and services master program. Nowadays, if we talk about IT or ICT, it is not standing alone. Interdisciplinarity is a very important thing here. So students, they need to understand not just how to develop some kind of solutions, but also they need to understand why and what they are doing. So just bringing example, if I talk about my own experience, when first I studied law, my bachelor actually, I did that in law. When in '96 I started my first IT company, and I understood, okay, I am missing this IT knowledge. So bachelor was in law. That was really good foundation because I could manage all bureaucracy and all different legal acts needed to be known back then. And when I applied for informatics, and yes, I reorganized my knowledge, my how to say activities, and finally I did my PhD in informatics, yes, but it was more related to social technical systems, meaning that again interdisciplinarity was something that was very important to me. And that was also involving entrepreneurship, like in general. If we talk about problem-based learning, when we know that we need some real-life examples, that we need to give students some problem, and this problem should be solved through different activities and through different knowledge. Now coming back to this particular master's program I am talking about, then here we try to build a system where we combined ICT legal framework, because law is definitely very important if it comes to implementation of new processes or redesigning existing ones. When we also needed to understand public sector functions, how state acts, and what are like main processes, and of course innovation and entrepreneurship was a very important part of that. And we started already in 2011. It took some time because it is not so easy to build such an interdisciplinary program. You need to consider really different things, and also, how to say, students who come to study in our program, they have really different backgrounds. So first year it's very difficult because we need to put them talk the common language, terminology must be the same. So and of course it's different countries, and still in different countries we have different knowledge, different terminology, and different ability to understand these things. And during this development process, I of course involved. It wasn't just academia who thought that yes, we are having gap and we are missing such a program on the market. But I also involved ICT cluster, different members of that. I involved the e-governance academy and of course public sector itself, who said what kind of competencies we are lacking and what we need to teach or how we need to educate the young people in order to make them understand of the digital skills. So yes, by now we have already practically 150 alumni, lots of graduates, and actually most of them, like last year's, most of them are coming from abroad, because we have already trained most of Estonian officials, I can say. So yes, and if we are looking their career right now or who they have become, I would say that 50-50. 50 has now working for public sector and 50 stayed in private industry, providing these services for public sector. So variety is very wide. As you see, students were coming all over the world. Probably this fall will be a little bit difficult, like for all universities, it's not just Estonia. But anyway, we can, how to say, be efficient by providing digital environments during our studies, so we will manage. But talking about lecturers, it's still, we are involving lots of practitioners from private and public sector as well. And we are working a lot with a startups community also. In our course or in our program, we have a course called Teamwork Project. And in the end of that course, each student team, they practically will create their own startup. And during these years, actually, many have been very successful. They have been getting some funds, and not just in Estonia, but also internationally. So in that sense, how to say, synergy between this startup ecosystem and typical study program has really well developed. So yes, if we talk also about internships, we always try to find different agencies who can hire our students for a shorter or longer period as well. And at least twice in a year, we have like different workshops and gathering together in order to put together like different student teams, different companies, and so on, etc. So coming back, yes, main points, as you see, definitely we are seeking for some real life problems in order to provide some solutions. And yes, we are involving different companies a lot into our everyday study. And for that, actually, Mektori is a business and innovation center or environment where our students can can be a part. And yes, if we talk about startup ecosystem and so on, I would like to emphasize also different summer schools. For instance, in this August, we will have again another summer school related to e-governance development and digital transformation. And typically, again, each year we have at least 1 or 2 teams who actually are interesting ones, or who actually will find investor for later stages. So yes. This is a typical cycle of summer school. So as you see, we start with a problem, ideation, team forming, working on that, coding, prototyping before, and finally we're pitching the solution to possible investors. So yes. What else to emphasize here, as I don't have much time, but practically everything I have been already told here before. But yes, to conclude, problem-based learning, yes, definitely. Relation with startup ecosystem in general, as you saw on first slide, where I was showing the campus area itself, and business and innovative center Mectory, which supports a lot students' everyday life. Of course, different policy-making documents that I was not mentioning before, we are constantly following them. At EU level, there are like many standards and documents providing like guidelines how to educate or how to raise different digital competencies. And also Eurotech Universities, which is one important consortium for TalTech, for our university. And at the moment we are not member yet, but they are considering to take us to be a member of that consortium. And with Eurotech Universities, how to say, goal is also to somehow harmonize education in terms of digital skills and digital competencies. So like create some unified curriculum or curricula, different curriculas, which can be scalable in different universities. That means that for student, doesn't matter, he or she can enter TalTech University, but on second year, he or she will go to Leipzig University, for instance, and still and continue studies, and in the end get diploma from both universities. So yeah, how to say, openness and using different channels and communication, tight communication with other technical universities is something we are aiming for. So yes, thank you. It was very quickly. Luckily, my slides are quite informative, so you can keep them. And yes, waiting for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ingrid, for that. I think you've touched on some very critical points, especially I really like how you've tackled, the problem-based learning. I think it's a powerful approach, and then how students take part in real projects. I think that also gives it a lot of strength. But also the best practice learning that you also mentioned, I think, in your concluding slide. That's part of what I think the entire ecosystem, and that marries your presentation together with the presentations that Han and Rim gave. I'm just okay. I've got a question here, and I think this one is for you, Ingrid. It's from GIZ in Ethiopia, and they're saying, do you also plan to offer online courses for e-governance? And then are you able to offer scholarships for students from Africa? So those two questions.
Thank you for your question. Yes, we have a different kind of scholarships, and as I did not have so much time to talk very precisely about this e-governance study program, when I have to say that we have strong support from our Minister of Foreign Affairs. Each year we are getting 15 scholarships, and each year we are giving at least 5 to 7 scholarships to different African countries. So, 100% digitally, it is still not possible to pass this program. But let's say approximately 50-60 courses are in digital way, and it's possible to do that in digital way. And also master thesis writing, for instance, for that you don't need to be here or come on spot, because typically students' research is related to his or her own mother country. So yes, no, actually this fall will show us how long we need to provide this distance learning for African countries, for instance, because we admitted approximately 12 students from different African countries like Nigeria, Kenya, and so on and so on. So it will be like first time where we don't know exactly when these students can arrive here in Estonia. So yeah, maybe these students will have to do the whole 2 years from Africa. Actually, we don't know yet, but most of the courses are passable using digital channels.
Yeah. No, thank you for that, Ingrid. I think that answers the questions we had. And the last question that I have for this particular session goes to Rima and Hannah. And what I'm being asked here is, given the success of the Startup Act in Tunisia, how practical do you see this being replicated across Africa? I don't know if Hannah will take it first.
Yes, perhaps I'll let Reem answer, and then I can complement from the Smart Africa perspective.
The take the Tunisian from the Tunisian experience is more the process, the comprehensive framework regarding the country's context. That is the most important thing, and this is the thing we would like to share, and the thing we think is replicable to all the different African countries, meaning being very inclusive, being hearing the ecosystem, having this PPPP, as someone said today, approach. So I think this is something very, very replicable. Then being ambitious, having a vision and being very ambitious in putting the framework and facilitating and giving a comprehensive incentives framework. This is, I think these are the main takeaways from the Tunisian experience. And I think put in each country's context, I think this is something very replicable. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll just chip in here to reiterate that Smart Africa is very committed to act as a catalyzer for the socioeconomic development of Africa, supporting the valuable work of startups and ICT ecosystems in the continent. And we are convinced that the rise of African startups participates substantially in building a bright future for Africa and the expansion of the horizons of its creative youth. Now, that being said, like I explained earlier, we are already working with member countries to adapt this approach. So this approach, like Reem mentioned, is very much about making the bottom-up approach of the ecosystem meet the top-down approach that we're pushing. And I can tell you that what I foresee for the continent is very much a wave of startup acts and small business acts. We at Smart Africa are already involved with the government of Rwanda on the work of the Rwanda Startup Act. We can tell also that in the coming weeks or months, there's going to be the Benin Startup Act, perhaps the launch of the final draft that's been sitting there of the Ivory Ivorian Startup Act, and so on and so forth. And in addition to the Small Business Acts of Morocco and Egypt already. So I'm very positive and optimistic. I think there's a great willingness already. There's a awareness, and I can tell you that we work very closely with our focal points at Smart Africa to ensure that we bring the best support in very much adopting the best practices from the experience of Tunisia and also Senegal and Mali for this approach. And we think that it's only fair to the 135,000 plus entrepreneurs of this continent that are showing up every day to do their work, but also being engaged very much with the states, working hands in hands with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Thank you, Reem, and also thank you so much, Ingrid. We'll bring the session to a close, but I think the discussion on startups and innovation ecosystems is just beginning, and there's so much more to discuss as we go offline. So I hope you'll all be joining us for the next session, which is going to be on ICT for emergency response and disaster management. Thank you so much, and ready for the next session. Good afternoon. So the discussion around COVID-19 has taken us to a number of challenges, but it's precipitated the use of ICT in a lot of things that we've done. But now the question becomes, how can we use ICT to be ready for disaster management and to be ready for the next crises that are going to be coming up? And so we're going to have a discussion where we're going to learn how governments are using ICT to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and also how we can use ICT for other disasters that may befall us in the future. So without further ado, what we're going to have is a Tunisian example, and we're going to be welcoming again Reem Jarou, the CEO of Smart Tunisie, and she will be giving us an example of the Tunisian example. Reem, good to talk to you again, and we look forward to learning the Tunisian example. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi everyone again, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk about the Tunisian experience with COVID and the use of technology to just cope with this pandemic, which was a world, let's say, a world issue, and I think also technology worldwide played a big role in coping with this pandemic. I don't know if the slides are ready, but I want to go through my presentation. I want to start first with some key figures of the spread of the COVID in Tunisia. So we had 1,100 cases, let's say, of COVID. The number of deaths, we succeeded to limit the number of deaths to 50 throughout these months and these long weeks of the pandemic. We've been through also the whole experience of containment, of closing the borders, air, maritime, and all the Tunisian borders. So we've taken, let's say, tough measures from the beginning, from the very few 10 cases, I think, in the country. And then it was the total containment. Today we are reopened again. Life is going 100% again. And technology and technological, let's say, technology ecosystem and technological initiatives helped us so much to go through this crisis. So there was all the types of actors that were involved in coping with this pandemic: telcos, startups, SMEs, and big IT companies here in Tunisia, providing free internet, developing new apps and IT solution for the government or for the public, expertise and consultancy for the government for health IT solutions, and so on, sharing and implementing already existing solutions, raising the network, free mobile internet. So there was all these, let's say, contributions from the ICT ecosystem here in Tunisia. And then it was various initiatives going from free internet to students e-learning. There was 110,000 students from all levels having free mobile internet to access to e-learning platforms, SMSs and USSD codes to get access to the government subsidies and helps to the needy families, authorization, let's say, mechanisms and platform to guarantee the continuity of some critical activities. We have managing intensive care, let's say intensive care, managing and monitoring intensive care resources and so on. So it was initiatives, let's say, helping with the whole facets and the various facets of the sanitary management of the crisis, but also with the social aspect and with the economic continuity aspect of this crisis. So next will be some examples of these initiatives, meaning dashboard and for tracking and tracing of the evolution of the pandemic, tracing of the, let's say, of the respect of the containment of the isolation, the self-isolation for people that was COVID plus positive diagnosis, the dashboard for intensive care resources follow-up. So these are some examples of the application that we used for tracking and tracing during the crisis and during the isolation and containment, and that we are using today to help with the reopening of the frontiers and people coming and tourists coming again in Tunisia, and Tunisian diaspora coming back to Tunis for vacations, for example, or for following up the evolution of the pandemic now that we are 100% reopened in terms of economic and social activity here in Tunisia. So what the pandemic brought, or we call this the COVID opportunity here in Tunisia, is the Comité Mixte. We've built or we've put in place a task force, let's say, regarding we received many proposals from the ICT ecosystem to respond or to help the management of the crisis, and we've put in place this Comité Mixte, which is a PPP, civil society and international donors composition that has as a mission to identify the needs, identify the relevant initiatives that we've received that could respond to these needs, and then help implementing and support implementing these initiatives with the Ministry of Health, with the Ministry of Social Affairs, and even with the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Interior for following up the movement of the people. So we've received a huge number of let's say initiatives, 261 approved by the committee, 32. The number is only 32 because there was let's say apps or solutions that are already put in place before the pandemic, but or the initiative was putting resources to help the government with its own IT solutions, or to deploy new IT solutions and not developing IT solution in themselves, and then implemented within the Ministry of Health for 8 initiatives so far. So this is the committee mix and the mechanism we've built as Tunisians. To, let's say, implement and benefit from these technology initiatives that were brought from the ICT ecosystem as its whole. We faced many challenges. The most important ones are related to the data and the availability and reliability of this data, the level of equipment of the ministries, mainly the Ministry of Health, in terms of ICT equipments, video conference equipments, and so on. And then the digital culture, or the culture of use of digital means for having subsidies, for paying, for e-commerce, and so on. It was one of the main challenges we faced as a government in implementing this technology, or for using technology to cope with the COVID-19 crisis. Now, this dynamic was very important, and we want, as Tunisian government, as Tunisian public authorities, to maintain this dynamic, to maintain this openness on the ICT ecosystem, and to facilitate and accelerate the digitalization through the government and through the business and society in Tunisia. And we have an initiative called Tech for Tunisia, which will be one of the mechanisms or one of the frameworks we will be developing to capitalize on this COVID-19 crisis management, and to move forward with it, to accelerate and to maintain this pace of adopting technology in the Tunisian administration and in the management of the, let's say, the crisis from one side, but the public management in general. So these are the few words I wanted to share with you as the Tunisian experience through the COVID-19 crisis, and the use of technology that helped us so much in having these, let's say, these results in terms of the spread and the sanitary and also economic impact of the COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Krim. I think those are quite insightful experiences that you've been able to share. And just to say congratulations on the work that you've done. No one had a playbook when COVID-19 came. No one had a ready solution in their pocket ready to implement. So the strides you've taken by implementing technological solutions and bringing in your startup ecosystem, I think was very powerful and a lesson that we can all learn. I've got a question here that's coming from the floor. And what they're asking is, I know you said some of the solutions that you used for the COVID-19 response were already there, so they existed already. But in terms of your whole response ecosystem that you created, do you feel it's something that can be taken forward in the post-COVID era?
Absolutely. This is why I was talking about the Tech for Tunisia. The Tech for Tunisia initiative is to keep what we've built through the crisis and just, let's say, capitalize on the dynamic. To capitalize on the dynamic we've created to keep these solutions, or to develop this solution or new solutions to help any ministry, health or Ministry of Social Affairs, because we will be dealing with the impacts of COVID after the sanitary crisis. I don't know if this answers.
No, absolutely. I think it certainly does. In that, I think even as COVID ends, there's a lot more that will come through. I have one last question that's here from the floor, and I think it's a more general question where they're asking how you feel that African governments, from your experience, can be better prepared should another crisis of a similar nature come in the future. I know it's a tough question, but as much as you can give us.
I think how we can be prepared to any crisis is, and this is from a personal perspective, being one of the people that were in the cellule de crise and the crisis management task force for the COVID-19, is being agile and being very fast in taking decisions. And then the means and the mechanisms will follow, as long as we are very agile and fast in taking tough decisions.
No, absolutely, absolutely, and the decisions that come here need to be extremely, extremely tough. I think from what I see, we may not have any questions that we have left. But I think just to say thank you so much for sharing these experiences. And I think what will be happening is you'll find a lot of us reaching out to you to see how we can, work together and engage with multiple governments to create, a more unified ICT for emergency response solution. But your experiences are certainly strong, some that we have learned from, and congratulations on the good work on that. Thank you, Tim. And so now we're at the end of this particular session where we are engaging on ICT for emergency and for emergency response and disaster management. And the reality is that ICT can help us be better prepared. It can help us to recover quicker. And so the idea is to be able to leverage these assets that we have in terms of response, in terms of preparedness, and in terms of recovery. So I think thank you for this session. Now we will now be jumping into the next session, which will be our wrap-up, next step, and closing remarks after a short intermission. Thank you very much. Now we've come to the end of day 2 of our Digital Economy Strategies workshop. And the end of day 2 also means the end of the particular workshop. And it's been an engaging 2 days. Now I have an exciting task to round up generally what we have learned over the last 2 days. And I think the first part of it is that we were able to bring together a number of governments, a number of partners, a number of players who have been contributing over these last 2 days. And the contributions have been in terms of the right questions which have been asked, the right engagements which have been made. But it's been a time of learning as well. So yesterday we learned from the Estonia example. We also learned from the Kenyan example. And today we also learned a bit more from what Tunisia has done, what Taltech is doing, and also what Tunisia has done in terms of disaster management and the startups and innovation ecosystems. We have also tackled issues around infrastructure, the business pillars, and we had a great opening panel on cross-cutting issues, enablers, and I think there are a lot of discussions that will still be going on. And I think, as DG Lassina Kone said in the opening session, I think this is just the beginning. This relationship that we have with Estonia through its private sector and the ICT cluster and the Estonia government as well is something that we're going to, I think, work hard to ensure that it gives mutual benefit to us and to Estonia as well, and to be able to take the learnings that we have and give these particular learnings as well to our member countries. So I think in terms of a summary, this is what we've been learning today. And I think this session is going to be strong in that way. We're also going to carry on these discussions that we've been having with the member countries of the Smart Africa Alliance, because the idea is, let not our discussions end in just talk. Let's find how we can put this into practice so that we can improve the life of the 1.3 billion citizens across Africa. Now, with those closing remarks, I'm going to open up now the closing remarks that we're going to have from our hosts. And I'm going to call upon the first remarks are going to be from the Estonia ICT Cluster Manager, Doris Polt. Doris, the floor is over to you.
Thank you, Karikai. Dear Minister, Director General of Smart Africa, dear participants. I have to say that on behalf of the Smart Africa, on the behalf of the Estonian ICT Cluster, how proud I am about all the events what we have succeeded to organize here together. Especially Smart Africa, thank you for partnering with us. I see how strong and powerful network you are. And you're truly connecting the most digital-minded African countries. So I'm very, very happy about that. What I see here today and here today in these presentations, that there are strong willingness or will to collaborate, to seek possibilities for harmonization of the strategies. And there are strong willingness of the mutual learning. And that's something what I value the most. Director General mentioned that there are 55 different countries, and everybody are with their own digitalization strategy, with their own ambitions. That's totally natural and totally normal. And Smart Africa challenge and the role here, what I see is the very critical one, in that sense that how to achieve the harmonization, how to achieve this, as you mentioned, this joint framework, in order to have also the cross-border solution, in order to achieve the single digital market. And I think you do very, very great job here. Mr. Simsi could brought out that Estonia have learned very much also from the other countries, what they have done. So what I think is that nobody have to invent the bicycle, but in the same time, nobody can take totally the same solution, what they have in one country and take it over just. It isn't some kind of black box that you can take and plug in and everything goes. So in that sense, I think what came out from the morning session discussions, that it's always every country their own way have to be, and then also the best practices and learnings from the others. And this is this collaboration way, how I think we win the most. Today, in many examples, I have to say that I learned so much in all these, what was about the startup and innovation ecosystems, about speaker from Guinea who brought out that also the harmonization of the regulatory framework. This was everything great to hear. I see the willingness and I see the digital-minded leaders are here. And we have, I think, very much common in there. And we have very much to learn this from this powerful cooperation network, what you have, Smart Africa. So I think it have been a very interesting event for us. And I know to the many Estonian participants also. I thank you very much, and hopefully, yes, as you said, this is the beginning.
Thank you so much, Doris. I think those are powerful words and very strong words in terms of a signal for the future, and also a signal for the relationship that we definitely have. I'm going to open up now for the Smart Africa Director General, Mr. Lassina Kone, to give his closing remarks. DG, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Honorable Maureen Mbaka, Chief Administrative Secretary of the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs in Kenya. Ms. Doris Polt, Cluster Manager of the Estonia ICT Cluster, distinguished partners, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Smart Africa and myself and the Chairman, His Excellency President Kagame, I would like to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the government of Estonia and to the Estonia ICT Cluster for organizations of this high-quality workshop. A big thank you to the technical team behind the scene that ensured the success of this workshop. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to the government of Kenya for championing the digital economy flagship from the get-go within Smart Africa Alliance and for being valuable co-organizers for this workshop. I also wish to express my gratitude to all of you here present. I would especially like to recognize the country's senior level participation from Smart Africa Alliance member state for gracing the workshop and sharing with us their insights and opinion these past 2 days. You added a tremendous value. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take advantage of this opportunity to share with you my takeaways message. Through this workshop, we were able to identify, one, we need, as Africa, to develop a comprehensive digital economy strategies, but beyond the policy document, work towards a concrete implementation of these strategies that has impact on our African people for social economic development. Number two, the conversation of resource mobilization for digitization project, digital project and programs is timely, but Africa needs to be innovative in widening its financial resources for its digital transformation agenda. We have learned valuable lessons from Estonia's digital journey. And if I can pick one valuable takeaway, Estonia persisted in the journey despite challenges. This is a key lesson for Africa. Despite the challenges, we can overcome if we persist and work together. Number four, private sector participation is a key towards a vibrant digital economy. And Estonia government has well elaborated on this. We at Smart Africa have encouraged and fostered private-public partnership, and we look towards deepening and strengthening those partnerships. Number five, drawing from the Republic of Tunisia presentation on how countries can use technology to mitigate the effect of COVID-19, I am glad to let you know that Smart Africa Secretariat has made various interventions on this, and we look forward to member state cooperations as we fight this pandemic together. Ladies and gentlemen, now more than ever, there is a need for harmonized digital economy strategies in order to establish a real Pan-African digital economy that knows no border and truly implement the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The key for Africa will be to work together and ensure that digital transformation opportunities can be filled and led by Africans with a good partnership like the one we have right now today with Estonia. Smart Africa will continue to work diligently towards its vision of having one single digital market, and with our member state to build on this strong collaboration we have established with Estonia. Thank you all for your participations and the commitments that were made in the course of these events. Again, please stay safe in this difficult time. I thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you more in our diverse Smart Africa Secretariat Working Group activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kone, for those words. I think they've also set a strong direction. I think it echoes what we've learned over the last few days, and a strong call for action for strong relationships and strong partnerships, and to be driving leadership forward for the continent. Now, last and certainly not least, I'm going to call upon the Deputy Minister or the Chief Administrative Secretary at the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs for the Republic of Kenya, Mrs. Maureen Baka, to give her closing remarks. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, moderator. On behalf of the Government of Kenya, it has been a pleasure and an engaging 2 days at this webinar. I would like, on behalf of the Government of Kenya, to thank Smart Africa, the Smart Africa Leadership, Smart Africa Secretariat, the Government of Estonia, and the Estonian ICT cluster for the sessions. Thank you to all the honorable government representatives and presenters for the insightful learnings around the digital transformation of economies, as well as on the digital economy, its key foundations, and really the on-the-ground illustrations of how the applications have been put in place in government. For instance, e-governance, e-registration, e-business, and e-health. We also note the key takeaways in matters of digital infrastructure and having digital policy frameworks and digital skills in place. As the Government of Kenya, we are glad that member countries are using the Digital Economy Blueprint to develop their digital economy strategies. And as a country, Kenya commits to continue playing its role as the champion for the digital economy in the Smart Africa Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister. And I think what remains is just to thank all the participants who were with us over the last 2 days, to thank all our speakers, moderators, panelists, and everyone who participated in this particular webinar. It's been eye-opening, it's been engaging, it's been exciting. And as we go to the weekend, please definitely stay safe. And thank you so much.
Africa's digital renaissance has begun and is changing the continent for the better. An era of sustained and sustainable growth is upon us, with ICT at the center of Africa's socio-economic development. And Smart Africa is championing the cause. The Smart Africa Manifesto was adopted in October 2013 by 7 heads of state, namely Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, Mali, Gabon, and Burkina Faso. In the manifesto, the heads of state committed to provide leadership in accelerating Africa's socio-economic development through ICT. And with that, Smart Africa was born. Smart Africa is a bold and innovative commitment from African heads of state and government to accelerate sustainable socio-economic development on the continent, ushering Africa into a knowledge economy and affordable access to broadband and usage of information and communication technologies. The Alliance is a framework for implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the Smart Africa Manifesto designed to make it actionable. The principles of the manifesto are to put ICT at the center of the national socio-economic development agenda, to promote accountability, efficiency, and openness through ICT, to leverage ICT to promote sustainable development, to improve access to ICT, especially broadband, and to put the private sector first. From the initial 7 countries, the Smart Africa Alliance has seen grown to include over half of the continent, and with countries that represent over 750 million people. These countries are working diligently together to digitize the continent. In addition to the member countries, the Alliance also brings together regulators, public institutions, and the private sector. Over 30 private sector members and international partners work with governments in achieving our mission of transforming Africa into a single digital market. Smart Africa is led by a board chaired by His Excellency President Paul Kagame, and where all heads of state of member countries and leaders of platinum-level private sector members sit. The board provides policy and strategic leadership. The leadership is supported by a steering committee co-chaired by the ITU and the African Union, and which comprises ministers of ICT from member states, institutional members, and gold and platinum members of the alliance. Technical organs of the alliance include the Council of African Regulators, which comprises the regulatory heads from all 55 African countries, and the Council of Ministers, where ministers make policy-level decisions. The organs are managed through the Smart Africa Secretariat, headquartered in Kigali, Rwanda, and led by Director General Lassina Kone. The 5 strong pillars of the Smart Africa Manifesto are policy, access, e-government, private sector or entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. These are supported by the 4 solid enablers: innovation, communication and advocacy, capacity building, and resource mobilization. Together, the pillars and enablers allow the Smart Africa Alliance to put in place the right environment to encourage partnerships, entrepreneurship, job creation, and knowledge sharing. The Smart Africa Alliance member states each champion a flagship project which ensures that every segment of the digital agenda is catered for. It ensures that member states share information and best practices to avoid reinventing the wheel. Angola champions high-tech parks. Benin champions innovation and knowledge cities. Burkina Faso champions capacity building and the Smart Africa Scholarship Fund. The creative economy is championed by Chad. Cybersecurity by Cote d'Ivoire. Data centers by Djibouti. Innovation and entrepreneurship by Egypt. ICT industry development by Gabon. Smart e-payment is led by Ghana. Intra-Africa cross-border connectivity is led by Guinea. The digital economy by Kenya. Mali champions entrepreneurship, youth innovation, and job creation. Niger is responsible for smart villages. Rwanda leads on smart cities and communities. South Sudan on digital literacy. Senegal leads on broadband and the green economy. Togo is responsible for smart energy and the blue economy. Uganda leads on big data and data measurement for development. Tunisia leads on startup and innovation ecosystems, and Zimbabwe leads on e-agriculture. Collectively, and with Smart Africa leading the effort, we have critical projects in the pipeline such as the One Africa Network for affordable voice and data roaming rates and cross-border mobile payments to foster greater integration and free movement of people to boost trade. Education for all through ICT, equipping and connecting primary and secondary schools and universities with digital libraries and electronic devices. Broadband connectivity along key infrastructure connecting hospitals, ports, airports, and other public areas. Smart cities, ensuring that African smart cities are geared to address the challenges brought about by exponential urban growth through next generation technologies. The Smart Africa Scholarship Fund, promoting meritocracy and gender equality by bridging the skills and talent gap among member states. The Transform Africa Summit is our flagship project and is the annual leading African forum bringing together global and regional leaders from government, business, and international organizations to collaborate on new ways of shaping, accelerating, and sustaining ongoing African digital revolution. The Transform Africa Summit is the Smart Africa's flagship event, geared towards connecting, innovating, and transforming the continent into a knowledge economy, and thereby driving global competitiveness and job creation. The summit aims to enable member states to become more competitive, agile, open, and innovative smart economies with the most favorable business climates that attract large-scale investments, reward entrepreneurship, and enable fast growth and exports, leveraging ICT innovations to transform African nations into smart societies. So, where are we going? The vision of Smart Africa is to transform Africa into a single digital market. That means unifying the entire continent into one market of 1.2 billion people through continental free trade, digitizing our skills, opening our skies, and ensuring intra-Africa connectivity. We invite African governments and the very robust private sector and international organizations to join us in this noble venture. Only then, by working together, can Africa truly